are starting the stream right now.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to round 4 out here at Durhamtown here in Union Point, Georgia. We are starting off our race day here with our Sportsman NA class. Right now we are doing our transponder check, and then we will get all lined up and go live racing. But here we are out here once again for our Sportsman NA class. We will have 12 cars out on course. Mr. Hudson Wilson in that number 402 with our top qualifying time yesterday at a 111.017. And the number 2 position, the 54 of Philip Masella with a 111.820. In that 3rd position, the 027 of Luke Strickland with a 111.826. 4th position, the 316 of Louis Texeria at a 112.531. Luigi DiMarchi at the number 313 in that 5th position with a 113.282. In the 6th position, the 78 of Andy Lewis. 7th position, the 17 of Steven Raccomandato. 97 of Chris Brookshire, and the 06 of Tillman Ewing. The number 0 of Nicholas Raccomandato. The 05 of Joanna Gonzalez, and the 76 of John Silva. That is our 12 cars that will be taking the green flag here momentarily, as we are watching Mr. Everett Boodle in our pace car taking them around the course. This is our Sportsman NA once again. All right, here in the booth with me this morning is going to be Mr. Jeb Boodle for right now. Jeb, how you doing today?
Well,
we got to turn your microphone on here really quick.
You got me? All right, we're all good.
All right, Jeb, how you doing this morning?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm out here at Durhamtown. The sun's shining. There's not a cloud in sight. The track looks amazing, and it's race time, so I'm doing great.
It's definitely race time right now. I know that you do a lot of work out here. You're not only a racer out here, but you also help with the track and do a lot of stuff. So give us a rundown for everybody at home, not only being a racer, but being on the other side of it as well.
Yeah, we wear multiple hats around here, me and Dad. You know, we've started out here. This is where we started racing, where Dad started racing, where I started racing, and we just like to help out as much as we can. Want to see the series grow, want to see the sport grow. You know, it's where we all start. Like I said, it's where I got started and where I continue to race now, and I want to see these little kids and these adults out here do the same thing. You know, start here, work their way up, or continue to race here like I do. So, but yeah, I've done a lot of help and development with the track, trying to get it where more racing, better racing, and yeah, me and Dad, we put a lot of time into the track and help out, and we just, like I said, we do it just. We love doing it. It's what we love to do. So
exactly.
Just like to be out here. Just love the Georgia clay and love the racing family. So
exactly, and that's exactly what you have it right there. You know, the whole racing family out here is very family oriented out here. And what you're saying, you know, this is where you started out. So it's really cool to see how I haven't been here this whole entire time. I've only been here for the last 2 years, but progressing from being just a racer out here to now you're racing, and then you go transition over into help with track lineup and whatever else is needed, recovery and everything. But yeah, your dad and you guys definitely put a lot of time and effort, and the whole entire track crew out here at Durhamtown. I mean, they've been working on this track all week long. They want to make sure it's in pristine conditions for you racers. And the track this morning, we were out here at 7:30 this morning, and they were watering it and prepping it, and it looks pretty good right now.
Yeah, it's great. You know, it's going to be a little slimy for this first race, but the sun's it's beating down on it. It's going to dry up pretty quick once they get a couple laps on it. But no, we're all volunteers out here. Most of us are. But that's what we love about it. You know, it's all just everybody wanting to help out. Everybody, the racing family. A lot of these guys are either dads that have kids out here racing, or they've raced themselves but stepped back for this race to help out. So, like I said, it's a big family out here, and that's what we love about this track and this sport. You know, so but yeah, a lot of volunteers and just like I said, just big racing family, and we all love to be out here and. Love to be out here racing at Durhamtown.
Exactly. I mean, you get a lot of seat time, too. I mean, this is not your only track that you race at. You race with Champ as well, and you're doing amazing things up there in the Champ Series. You're getting ready to head to California here, next week, I think, and race again?
Literally after this weekend. So got a busy schedule coming up. We got, like I said, with this weekend, and then we head straight to California. So
yeah,
busy couple weeks. But after that, it's off season, really. Well, we got the next two Durhamtown races, of course, you know, round 5 in October, and then the Thanksgiving race and on Thanksgiving. So, but after that, then we got the off season and start back all over for next year.
And I know that you're racing here today, but I mean, once your off season from Champ is over, I mean, is it you'll focus on the last 2 races here besides like what you've already been doing, and then reset for 2026? Yeah,
we'll do a lot of work here at Durhamtown and get ready for next year. And but looks like we're about to get ready to go racing.
Yes, I love how we do this, a rolling start, as we like to call it here in the world of racing of side-by-side. So the rolling start, pace car will go off track, and you have the cones that you have to start between. So they've already hit that marker of the cones that is the starting point with the green flag. And this is the backstretch. We have lots of big whoops. Sometimes we see some fun stuff happen on those. I call them big whoops, but they're kind of more like jumps.
Yeah, these.
As we're watching, see, we got 2 cars right there that were getting pretty close together. We have our drone footage out here as well. That's Tillman Ewing that we are hovering over right now. Tillman's been racing quite a while. He started out in the 170 class. He's another one that likes to help you guys out on the track as well.
Yeah, his dad right now is out there doing the lineups for us. So, like I said, a bunch of volunteers, and everybody helps out.
And look right there. That is the 402 of Hudson Wilson and Louis Texeria at the 316, battling it out through our Talladega turn.
We are already rubbing doors. That's what we like to see.
Exactly. And Hudson Wilson, what is he? Oh, and he gets off track there just a little bit. That's a crazy turn right there, because if there's any water down on the ground, it definitely is very slippery.
For sure. This Georgia clay gets really slick, especially with a fresh water truck dump on it. So first couple laps, you'll see them slip and slide around, but it'll dry out pretty quick. And but we need to do this for dust. If the track's dusty and nobody can see, you you either have a wet track or you have a really dusty track. So it's kind of pick and choose, right? And we rather see no dust. We want everybody to have a visible sight, and so it's just a safety concern we have to do to put this water on the track. But like I said, a couple laps, it'll be a little slimy, but after that, we'll see some good racing.
Exactly. I mean, and this is obviously the first race of the day. Nobody's been on the track at all today, so nobody was allowed to come out here and do any kind of testing this morning. They wanted the track to be in perfect shape for the race when it was starting. But yeah, lots of water again was being put down this morning, and here we are now at our first race of our Sportsman NA with Lewis Texeira and the number 316 in that number 1 spot. Hudson Wilson holding that second spot. We don't have a mid timing loop, so we don't know if the track changes happens and we don't catch it on camera. We won't know till they come around to go over the finish line loop. But Lewis Texeira in that number 1 spot holding strong. Oh, and we see Hudson Wilson once again taking that turn a little wide.
He's definitely pushing his limits. He's finding them for sure. But yeah, he's a up and coming young driver. I want to say he's 12 years old, so he's going to find the limits a little bit. He's fast kid. You know, he's going to grow up and hope to continue to race and be as fast. But right now we're in the number 2 spot. So as long as he calm down a little bit and clean up those lines, once the track comes in, he'll be fast. Watch out for Hudson Wilson.
Exactly. And look at that. We have a 3-car battle going over the back stretch, as I call it. I call it the back stretch. Is what you call it, the back stretch?
That's the back stretch, yes.
I mean, it's also where the starting line is as well for, like we were saying, between the cones. But we have quite the battle going on. You know, the battle's not always at the number 1 and 2 spots where the faster drivers are. Sometimes it's in mid-pack as well.
Yeah, we got a 3-car battle for, would that be the 3rd or 4th position?
I was trying to see. I think 76 was one of the numbers, which that's John Silva. But we will see if we can catch those numbers. But once again, we are following along with the 316. Lewis out there. His fastest lap so far of the day has been a 1:14.432. When Lewis.
Hudson Wilson went over.
Did he go over? Okay, I do see the yellow flag. And that is that turn. He was pushing a little wide on that turn.
You'll see that yellow flag come out, and all the racers will come to a slow pace, and we'll get Hudson Wilson flipped back over. The track crew is going to do a great job and make sure he's all right, and hopefully get him back over and keep going. That's one thing we love about this sport as well. You know, most sports, your car wrecks and you're out for the race, right? But side by side, as long as all the wheels are straight and there ain't no heavy damage and the drivers are right, usually we flip these machines back over and keep going.
And that's what's awesome, like you're saying right there. I mean, look, it took 4 guys to get the Hudson flipped back over. That's Dad right there in front, making sure he's all good. You got Everett Boodle right there as well, so track crew.
His cage is a little bit rattled, but hopefully I think he's all right.
It
doesn't
looks
look like the suspension's any messed up. So
looks like it might just be the rooftop, because if you look at the line too of the door, it kind of looks like it.
Oh, that's a little bit
straight.
of cosmetic damage.
Exactly.
That ain't nothing big.
I mean, and again, you know, safety first out here as well. So if something was damaged super bad, they wouldn't allow them to go back out as well.
Correct.
You got to make sure you have all of your cage and everything intact, which it looks like it is. And that is his dad right there, Matt, chatting with him. It looks like he's going to be all good.
That's good to
let's see. Got to make sure everything's all. Well, it's cleaning his visor off.
Clean his visor off.
There we go.
That's a big thing, especially with these wetter races, is that I run tear-offs. So tear-offs are these clear film lenses that you put 10 or 20 on, and when you get sprayed with this mud, especially in this off-road world, you just rip one off and you have a clear vision. But once those run out, like on these really wet races at the beginning of the race, maybe he pulled them all, or maybe he ran out. So
yeah.
Or didn't have them at all. So some keep a rag, some use tear-offs, but visibility is for sure, even in the wet races. Like I was talking about the dust, you kind of pick and choose, but you can at least put tear-offs on or have a rag for these muddier races and be good. But dust, it's hard to see through. So
well, and it's hard too, like you're saying, like even with a rag on short course racing, because your arms are always busy.
Right.
They're always busy, so it's kind of hard to do that.
I usually stuff a rag just in case into my leg if I know it's going to be a wetter race.
Exactly. It's the same thing. I raced short course, and I would keep a rag in there, but I always used my glove. Like I don't know how many visors I went through, because once you lose those tear-offs, the visor would get scratched so easy. Yep. But yeah, it's something that you definitely
Or
need to
if
have
you're
on.
getting sprayed, you put your hand up right in
Yes.
front of your visor just for a split second to help with that roost.
I've noticed there's some short course racers that it looks like a motorcycle
Right.
visor. They kind of like just tilt down just a
Tilt
little
down,
bit. I mean, do you run?
I don't run
those?
that. I haven't. I kind of want to try it. I just haven't tried it yet, but it is a good idea.
Yeah, I personally have never ran one myself. So here we go. Okay, so Hudson is now in the back.
And I think we
Of the pack.
the number 316 is no longer out there. Oh, he is. Okay, sorry.
And now let's talk about this. So right now we're on a caution. There is a competition yellow that we do halfway through the race. So when we do the competition yellow, let's talk about how they re-rack. So they re-rack Delaware style. Not everybody knows exactly what Delaware style start is.
So Delaware start is the leader starts lone out front, and then they follow double file behind them. So they'd be first out front, and then second to the left of the first place, and then third to the right, and then so forth on back.
Mhm.
So where most like tracks, they do either single file or double file, where the leader and the second place line up together. So first place will be alone up front, and then it'll be 2, 3 beside each other, 4, 5, so on and so forth.
And it looks like
but
right
they're doing
now,
a single file because it's not the comp caution yet. So
exactly.
we'll have a comp caution still. So we have about a lap or two of this restart, and then we'll go to comp caution.
I have to be honest with you. I don't know exactly how. I know some classes do different laps, and I didn't write down on here. That's my bad. How many laps they're doing for the race today. Do you know how many laps the Sportsman NA is doing?
We do 10 laps in total. It's 5 laps, and then comp caution, and then another 5.
Okay, and then the pro classes do 12 laps, so correct?
We all do 10.
10. It is 10. I for some reason thought the pro classes did more. Look at that. I don't know all that. That's why we got the expert here in the booth.
I don't know if you call me an expert, but I try my best.
You're a pro. We'll call you a pro racer.
Semi-pro.
So here we are though, back on now. Lewis, that little jump he just did, that is the ski jump as we call it.
Correct.
That's a fun one to see when the pro classes, as you'll be in the pro class later on, launching off of it.
That's the infamous ski jump. That's
Yes.
what we call it.
It's fun to watch you guys. I mean, you guys launch off of it. But here, Lewis in the number 1 spot. We have Joanna Gonzalez is in that number 2 spot. Now, Joanna also races in the women's class later on. Lisa Whitmer is in that number 3 spot.
She's also in the women's class as well later on.
Exactly. Yeah, it's awesome because you can get so much seat time out here if you're racing different classes.
Right.
You do the Pro NA. Is that the only one you're doing this year?
I'm only doing the Pro NA, yes.
Pro NA, okay. Because there are some that do like the Pro Turbo and the Open class because you can run both. So like there's a couple kiddos in the camp that do that. But it's awesome to get so much seat time out here. We did our qualifying yesterday, obviously, so we went straight into racing today. So the seat time is definitely key out here, especially on this course. Now we have some new drivers that came all the way from Arizona.
We do.
The Van Beekum crew, the RNR still, I think is what it is. They came from Arizona. They've never been here. And so they haven't even seen the track because they showed up
36
last
hours
night.
they said they drove to get here to race today.
Yes.
So we love to see it. We love to see it. We know we have people coming from Maine and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and all over to Oklahoma. So it's good to see all these other people from far away coming out and enjoying the racing like us locals do.
Exactly. Okay, so it looks like we are now going to be on our competition yellow. Mandatory caution is what I should call it. I call it competition yellow. Your dad calls it mandatory caution. I mean, it's both. It's the same thing. I should probably call it what your dad calls it, though, because he is the boss man.
Comp caution, mandatory caution. It's all the same thing.
Different series call it different things. Some series do call it competition yellow. So, but yeah, that's what we are doing. This is where you guys at home will see what Jeb was talking about on the lineup where they'll do the Delaware style start. So, I mean, we have, 10, I think we were supposed to have 12 cars. I'm not sure if we do have all 12 out on course. I didn't count them, but 11 cars on course. Have we, I'm not even sure who it is. Let's see who is not out there. Trying to see who's not out there that's on my list here. So the 76, John Silva, says Lisa Whitmer here on my paper.
Yep, he's not there. No 76.
All right, we're about
All
to
right.
go green again.
Trying to figure that out there. So, all right, here we go. Like you were just now saying, going green once again. You can see Mr. Boodle pulling off
And
track.
that leader gets to start wherever he wants between those cones.
This is where you get to mess with the drivers if you want to behind
It's
you.
all a mind game.
You can hold up as long as you want to till that last cone.
But once the leader passes that last cone, everybody can fire. It's green flag racing.
Exactly.
So if you don't go, then you have the right to pass him.
If it's his own fault if you don't go.
Looks
All
like
right.
Hudson Wilson's making some early moves. You know, after that flip, he's coming back pretty good.
Yeah, he is a very, very good driver for being so young. And honestly, you said 12. I don't even know if he's 12.
That was a rough guesstimate.
Rough guesstimate. I mean, he is driving like he's been driving for multiple years because he has. Dad's put him in all kinds of different vehicles. But look at that. Is he already up in third place?
He has moved into the third position.
Wow, look at that. Great driving skills by Hudson Wilson right there. But again, in that number 1 spot, Lewis is still in that top spot. His now fastest lap is a 1:11.502. But again, we don't go by lap times. That's just what his fastest lap is of the race so far. Yeah, so physically, I'm not
Hudson
sure.
Wilson is parked at the finish line.
You know what? I was just now looking for him. Hopefully something didn't break in his steering.
That's unfortunate. He was having a good run after that flip.
So let's talk about this too. When you have a caution out here at Durhamtown, some places do local cautions. Here
Correct.
at Durhamtown, we do a full course. So
We do that just because shorter track, and also it's hard to manage the local cautions, especially with the limited track crew we have. You know, like I said, we're all volunteers. So with the limited track crew we got, and just a safety concern of being a shorter track and everything, we just would rather stop the race and make sure everybody gets lined back up and make sure to be extra safe with the people that are parked and wrecked or whatever went wrong. And look what we got.
that's
Number
a
zero.
Yeah,
Segue on a little bit of smoke.
that is
He's out the car, which is good.
Nicholas.
Oh, he's on the ground.
You know, I'm not sure if he rolled right there or what. It looked like there were some body panels where the drone just went over, possibly.
Jeff, go ahead. I'm not on you, but
Endurance. You can't just be fast and
He
just
definitely is not just off the side because. All right, so we can see everybody right here. The crowd, thank you guys for all coming out here and watching and cheering on your racers. So let's talk a little bit about Durhamtown, why we're on a yellow right now, because this looks like this yellow might take just a few minutes. But Durhamtown is not only just racing. Durhamtown is known for its motocross as well. So lots of motorcycle riders out here.
right. So they have plenty of motocross tracks. They got their Pro MX track, MX1, MX2, and also some MX tracks in the woods throughout the woods trails. There's also their woods trails. You know, you got side by sides, 4-wheelers. Anybody can go and drive on these, and they're one way, so you can go as fast as you want, and without worrying about head-on collisions or nothing like that. And then they have their Jeep park back there, way in the back. So a little bit of everything around here. Also now they got the GP track for side by sides and the turbo track for side by sides. So, but yeah, motocross, side by sides, 4-wheelers, you name it. Anybody can come out here and get on the track and come have fun.
And that turbo track's fun. Like, that's a good place to go test your car and test your speed.
That's a very high-speed track for sure.
Yes. Yeah. I think it's fun. I think we had the kids race out there last year. I can't remember if it was a Thanksgiving one or not, because we do the endurance race at night, but we ended up doing the kids endurance over there. It was Thanksgiving weekend last year.
Right.
It was really fun to see the kiddos because they got to test their own driving skills and their speeds as well.
Right. You got to see how fast some kids could go, right?
Yep, exactly. Well, really quick, while we're also on a caution, let's give a shout out to all of our sponsors that help put this whole entire series on. It's a growing series out here at Durhamtown, but we have Boodle Motorsports, which we have Jeb Boodle right here next to me. Residential Grading and Septic. We have D. Coulter. We have the Greaves Motorsports, G-Force Racing Technologies. That is Gary with G-Force and Pete. They're actually out here this weekend. They come out and support the racers and the ones that need some shock tuning and everything as well. We have the Floor Decor Design Showroom, Classic Coach Works, Old School Off-Road, Lake County Glass and Mirror, Power Sports Carolina, Phelps Racing, the Polaris of Gainesville, which we have a couple of the racers that are a part of Polaris Gainesville out here racing with us. Freedom Race Lifts. I know you use them. They're one of your sponsors as well. Freedom Race Lifts, that's been a game changer in side-by-side racing. If you want to talk about that really quick, and then we'll go on to the rest of our sponsors here.
Yeah, Freedom Race Lift is a portable screw jack lift. No cords, no wires, no mess. All you need is a cordless drill or a remote provided with the remote wireless kit, and you can easily lift your side-by-side up or any vehicle of choice. Really, they got to lift for trucks, cars, race cars. It don't really matter, whatever your vehicle of choice is, and you can lift them up. And what are for our use, we have the race during the weekend, and like at Champ, we race. I race 4 times a weekend, so prep and maintenance of our race cars is very important to us, and to be able to lift the cars up and get them off the wheels and shake the wheels and go through the ball joints, the bearings, just everything about it.
Pretty much a full prep. You
right.
can do a full prep.
Right. So to be able to have that easy accessibility to easily prep and maintain our cars and safely, because they have built-in safety features that you can climb in and out of the car without it being uneven on the lift and at any level, any height. So yeah, Freedom Race Lifts is definitely a go-to for any racing or even trail riding. It don't matter really.
Yeah.
It's a perfect garage lift. So yeah, definitely something to. It's a game changer for sure.
And
Definitely something to check into at freedomracelifts.com. Code JEB if you want to get one. You get 5% off with that.
There you go. There you go.
But yeah, check out Freedom Race Lifts at freedomracelifts.com, and it's a game changer for sure.
Well,
if
and
you're looking into if you got side-by-sides, race cars, or anything.
And also, it fits right underneath your car when you're towing. So
Correct.
it's underneath there as well. So it's another good little storage. Yeah, they're awesome. Definitely check them out. But we also have H&H Paving, and that is we have Matt Wilson out here as kids on the course right now. Helix Grading and Utility LLC, S&M Powder Coating. We also have Ariel Byarski Racing that helps out. The Ewings, a family out here that we have, they've been racing for years and years as well. It's awesome to have them here. The Walpoles and Travis Snell. I'm not going to give my name out there. And then we also have Dobbs Motorsports as well. So thank you to every single person that sponsors the series out here. Again, it's growing. Like it's became, I've only been here for a couple years, but from what you've experienced from coming here for so long and racing here, I mean, you've got to be humbling to see all the racers coming out.
It's for sure came a long way, and we've been through many race series. Many have came and gone, but now Durhamtown runs the series itself. They put on the races, and we just come out here and help and volunteer and do what we can to make the racing happen. So, you got a close look on the radiator.
Is that? I think that's Wilson. Isn't that Hudson Wilson? I'm pretty sure it is. I can't.
Yeah, that's Hudson Wilson. Taking a close look at his car, looking at his secrets.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Put that blindfold on.
But back to what we were talking about with the race series. Yeah, it's came a long ways. 2 years ago when we first stepped up and started helping Durhamtown with the series, we hardly have any car count. We had 50 cars maybe entry, and now we're almost up to 150, and it's definitely humbling to see how far this is the race series has come here in the past 2 years. I mean, the 2 years has been a big change.
It has.
But I'm super thankful and grateful for all these racers to come out and support and love the racetrack. So every little bit helps, every little counts, and we appreciate all the racers that come out and want to come dice it up with us.
And then the Thanksgiving race, that one's getting bigger and bigger every year. It became a tradition for a lot of the families.
Right.
I'm out here. But here we are back, Green Flag Racing with Lewis Texera out there in that number 1 spot. Joanna Gonzalez, she was in that number 2 spot. Lisa Whitmer in 3rd. So getting off the line there, obviously we don't have a lot of dust right now. So we were talking about that earlier, the track prep and keeping the water down. And what we really try to do is we call it staying on top of the track, in front of the track. We can't lose the track. So that's why we'll be doing watering, throughout the day and keeping the track at its pristine conditions. But getting out front like Lewis is, I mean, that's still a bonus for him because he doesn't have any mud that'll be going in his face.
Right. He has clean air.
Yep,
clean
exactly.
Clean air is very important.
Exactly.
You just run your pace, run your qualifying laps. He's fast. He knows it. He just needs to stay consistent and if he can do that, he can bring this one home.
So, and he's in a Yamaha where in that number 2 spot, Joanna Gonzalez in that RS1, the 76, that is not Lisa, that is, I have my papers in my hand, that is John Silva that is in Lisa's car. The General, I think he was saying the General wasn't working right, so that's why he's racing Lisa's car. So you better make sure he gets it to her.
Right. That's
Goodness.
good to see. You know, everybody helping out. Everybody wants to see everybody race. So, you know, a barred car. I mean, you don't hardly see any of that in any other racing. So, good to see everybody helping out and offering a ride to somebody in need. You know.
And that's all about family stuff.
Yes.
You know, family. I mean, we've seen racers. Oh, look at Hudson trying to go for that
Oh,
inside
aggressive move.
pass.
Clean, rubbing doors. Nothing wrong with that.
Yep. You know, you find the hole and you go and you shoot for it, and sometimes it pays off, sometimes it can bite you, but that was a good pass by Hudson Wilson. As we're seeing a good battle there between Joanna and John. The number 05 of Joanna and 76 John. John looks like he's trying to take that outside line. Oh, now he's on the inside. That's the whole, we call that the circle track move, right? The inside, outside.
The crossover move.
Yes. But Hudson Wilson, let's talk about him. He's moved up some spots.
Everybody watching the racing right now, if y'all like the way the track looks and looks like it's fun to be out there, this track is open 24/7 outside of racing. You know, you get your a rider's band at the front door, and you can come out here and ride this track all day long if you want.
24/7, 365 days.
I don't know about 24/7. I think they.
Oh yeah, not 24/7.
I need to rephrase that. You know, I think they start open at 9 to they close down at sundown. So, but yeah, you can come right out there from them times, some scheduled times, and anybody, like I said, they can come out here and ride on this track, unlike other tracks.
Yep, exactly. As we're sitting here watching this race go on. 1:10. Lewis has now beat his own time. He's now at a 1:10.121 from his qualifying time yesterday.
Track's definitely gotten faster for sure.
Yes, it has. And the white flag is out. 1 lap to go. Let's see if we can keep this last lap a clean lap. As we have Lewis is checked out. Lewis is way out front, away from everybody as we're watching the battle right here again between John and Joanna.
The race is for the battle for second right now.
Exactly.
But yeah, track's definitely coming in, going to look good, especially for the next race, you know. So the moisture is about out of it. Now we got some tacky, a little bit of dust coming out, but should be good for the next race for sure.
Oh, we have somebody that's going a little bit slower right there, pulling off the track. Can't quite make out who it is. It is not our second and third place people that are battling it out.
This is a great battle right here for second.
See, that's where it gets dicey because it's open wheel racing, and when you're trying to make a pass in a corner like that, you want to make sure you don't slide up into the other car. So that's very clean. Oh, now they
door-to-door action right here.
That's right before that ski jump we were talking about earlier.
Looks like they got it straightened out. Both of them are going back straight, and battle continues. Got one last corner to make a move.
And there we have it. The checkered flag is out. So the number 316 of Lewis Texera in that number 1 spot. Joanna Gonzalez in second.
She's going to hold on.
Yes, and John Silva in that number 3 spot. We're going to get some interviews with the 1, 2, and 3 here in just a moment. Let them get off of the course here and cool off for just a second. So, again, now let's go in number 4th position. Philip Masella, 5th. Andy Lewis, Luigi DiMacci in that 6th position. And let's see here. And then Steven Raccomandato in that number 7th. Chris Brookshire, 8th. Tillman Ewing in that number 9th position, and it's saying Hudson Wilson's in 10th position. I think he might have made up a few more spots, or he might have been the one that actually pulled off back there, and I just did not see him because I don't see him over here in our final line.
It will look like the RS1, so it could have been Hudson Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, having that rollover.
What a tough day for him. He started up front, then had that rollover, came back to the front, had to pull off, and it was coming back to the front again, and then had to pull off again. So
exactly
back and forth for the number 402 of Hudson Wilson, but definitely a fast racer. So hopefully he can get those bugs figured out for the next round.
Hopefully, because he's got the youth class to go as well. Okay,
Oh yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
forgot
go.
he's in the youth. So
Yeah, let's go get these interviews of our 1, 2s, and 3s here. They're gonna pull off right here. I'll be back in just a minute. All right, Lewis, in this number 1 spot just now, that was quite the battle going on behind you. You had nothing in front of you for like, what, 90% of the race. How was it for you?
It was good. The first lap, obviously, there was a little bit of traffic and it was very slippery, so a little bumping. And then our goal was to try to get to the front and get away from the noise. We figured it was going to be a slippery track with a lot of challenges, and it was that. But yeah, my spotter made me aware that there was quite a battle behind us and coming in strong. So with all the cautions, it kept taking all the work we did and putting everybody back together. So stressful, but I'd rather be in the front than back there battling for sure.
Yeah, we were talking about tear-offs and everything that you guys are using. I mean, being in front, you didn't have to use it once you got up in that number 1 spot. But like you were just saying, though, the cautions, make you work a little harder. We can't give you an easy track out here.
Yeah, Boodle does a great job making sure that happens every time. So it's a good challenge, and we love it.
Well, congratulations right now in that number 1 spot, and we'll have to see how you do next time we're out here. Keep that number 1 spot next time.
Awesome, appreciate it.
All right, there we have it for our number 1 spot. Now moving right on over here in our number 2 spot, the 05 of Joanna Gonzalez. Joanna, here you are, number 1. How you feel?
I feel great and tired. I'm so tired.
I mean, you had to really work because you had John behind you over there, and my goodness, working super hard to keep that number 2 spot.
Yeah, it was a battle. Like, I don't even know what to say. He was trying. He was fast.
Well, here you are, though. You got another race to go. You got the women's class coming up, so you get to go take a little bit of a rest and get back out there. But good seat time so far this morning, so good job out there.
Thank you.
All right, and there we have it for our number 2 spot, Joanna Gonzalez. All right. All right, John Silva, here we are in the number 3 spot. You were battling right there with Joanna. At the end, you guys made a little bit of contact, but it panned out. You backed off just a little, I think, from what I looked at, but here you are in the number 3 spot.
Yeah, I had to keep her honest, but it was a good race. She kept her line for as bad as, well, I wouldn't say bad, as wet as the track is. Holding her lines, everyone holding their lines was a little bit difficult. So a little bit of contact, but she came out on top in the end, and we both got a podium. So.
Well, and let's talk about this really quick. You're talking about the track. I mean, the track was coming to you guys. The track at the end, I mean, the times were picking up, and we could tell you guys were the first race out this morning, so of course it was slippery, but the track, could you feel it coming to you?
Oh, of course, yeah. Every lap, it seemed like we picked up a second or two, so it was really nice. Well,
congratulations on that number 3 spot. You get to go do some relaxing now.
Yep, and I want to thank my wife and daughter. They're at home. By their grace, I'm allowed to come out here and do this, and Polaris to Gainesville supporting pretty much everything we do. So.
All right, well, congratulations, and the family at home watching. Hopefully they're cheering you on from there.
Yep, thank you.
All right, and there we have it, our 1, 2, and 3 for our Sportsman NA class. We have our youth lined up over here, getting ready to start. All right, our youth, it sounds like they are going to do 6 laps. So they'll do 3 before they go on to their competition start, or competition yellow. All right, and here we are. back in the production booth here. Jeb, that was a great race. We just now got to talk with our 1, 2s, and 3s, and now we have our youth class going. We have our youth stock. We only have 3 little kiddos out here for this class this weekend, but we have Henry Michael, Bowen Tyndall, and Tuck Michael out there. So our youth class, the future of our sport.
Testing. Okay. Had a little mic malfunction, but yeah, this is our littlest class for the youth classes, but our limited mod will have a little bit more cards. But yeah, this is our stock class. So it's bone stock, 170, just safety accessories, and then yeah, kids come out here and race and get some seat time.
So I don't know this part of your past. Did you ever race 170s?
I never did.
So, because I know you've done all kinds of racing, but what did you actually start out in then?
I started in a Polaris 900
Okay.
when I was 8 or 9, somewhere around there.
Did you do any kind of motocross riding before that?
I did not.
No,
I
so
was always on 4 wheels.
Okay.
2 wheels hurt me too much.
That is so true.
No, my dad kept me in on 4 wheels or in a roll cage. So
That's perfect right there. No, I
probably saved me a bunch of broken bones. So
well, I didn't know. I honestly did not know your past of how you started out racing, because you've been very successful at what you've been doing. I mean, I've been around you the past 4 years now, I think. Because we were racing in Oklahoma, and that's when I really met you guys. But yeah, it's been awesome seeing your progression. You've progressed so much over the years, and now racing like you're doing, like we were talking about earlier with Champ and everything. Lots of seat time. I know you've done some circle track stuff as well.
Correct. I did street stock for about 2.5 years. You know, my third year was kind of on and off. That's when we got back into side by sides. And then before that, my first dirt car, I guess you'd say, oval track, was a Chevy Cavalier front wheel drive, like an amateur 4. So I was like 11 doing that. But yeah, started in side by sides. My dad started here, and when the first sport side by side came out was like 2008. It was the Polaris 800 or whatever. And Dad was doing that up until 2017. And that was about when I was in the 900, and when the Polaris 2016 Turbo came out. And then around that time is when we got out of it and went dirt oval racing for the next 5 years. So then the last 2 years of the dirt oval racing, we kind of got back into the side by sides, and then we chose to do the side by sides and continue to do that. So, but
yeah, it takes a lot of time.
It does, yeah,
for
so
sure.
We were doing multiple, and sometimes it's nice to throw one out and just focus on one, right? So, but we've been thinking about maybe getting back into dirt oval scenery. Just haven't got the opportunity to do so, but looks like we got Henry Michael out front.
Yep, Henry Michael out front, Bowen Tyndall in that number 2 spot. Tuck Michael. Now, Tuck Michael, I believe, okay, so the car that Tuck is in used to be a 306. It used to be number 306. So another part of the Michael family there out racing in that number 3 spot. But these kiddos, like you were saying, they're doing 3 laps, competition yellow, and then another 3 laps, correct? So 6 laps in total. I believe all of our youth, maybe our modifieds might do a couple more laps than that, because they are obviously modified and faster. I know they did a couple more laps, 1 lap more yesterday in qualifying. But yeah, so this stock class right here is a future of our sport. And I had no idea how you started out, so you don't know how these cars actually are.
I really don't. I didn't really know much about like the rules and stuff until we started helping out with the series and stuff. But yeah, with all the differences, you got stock and limited and mod, and we were clueless coming into when Dad stepped up as race director and stuff like that. But we've been learning from the parents and because like I said, this is the future of our sport. We have to have it, need to have it to see this sport continue to grow, and hopefully one day see all 3 of these guys in big cars and continue to progress in their career as well.
Well, and also too, that's what's also good about the majority of all the racing series around the country now have a Youth 1000 class.
Correct.
So you're not just stepping right into racing against people like you know,
right.
people that have been doing it for years and years. But before they started a Youth 1000 class, I mean, you started out in the 170s, like what we're watching right now.
And then you jump into Sportsman with adults and stuff.
Exactly.
So it's good to have and in the youth, you can allow the kids to get in earlier. So like a lot of the parents are like, I don't really want to step my kids up from a 170 to 1,000 and go race with adults because they're only just throwing out an example, 10 years old, right? And I'd agree. Like, I can see that, right? I raced in the adult class because we didn't have a youth 1K, and that's a luxury of the day. And I'm glad to see it because, like I said, you can step in earlier. When I stepped in, and I was 12 or 13, and racing the pro stock here at Durhamtown. So, but like I said, I didn't have that luxury to have a youth 1K or to step in any earlier. So to see that, and also like our first race didn't have that much in the youth 1K, but the second race there was 10 cars out there.
Right.
So there's growth in that, and it's good to see these kids get more seat time in the big car and getting faster because it's only going to make them better.
Right.
The 170s you can kind of go only but so far, in driving style and speed and everything. But once the kids step out of that and get a little bit out of their comfort zone and to learn how to be comfortable with that uncomfort zone, so
Right.
they just get to learn and get more seat time and just to get faster. So it's good to see that youth 1K, and like I said, it's a good way to step your kid out of a 170 and not jump straight into the adults because it does. Some adults don't like getting beat by kids, and I've been in
That's so true.
I've been there before as well. So, but no, like I said, I'm glad to see the youth 1K doing good, and it's definitely a must-have class for all these race series
Yes.
when it comes to the youth of the sport.
Exactly. And right now we are on our mandatory caution, but a little bit about the Youth 1000. You're saying they didn't have it when you started. My kid was the same. Like, he was in the Youth 170 class, and then went to, I don't know if you ever raced UTV World Championship. That used to happen in Laughlin, but at one point there was the 570 class. So you used to have 170, 570, then it's all adult classes.
Right.
These RS1s, they had created a restrictor to plate to put in them. So there were two kids. It was my kid and a Jackson Lambert. Those two kids were running in the 570 class with the RS1 with that restrictor plate. Just to test it out and see how it went. And then after that, you know what? It just ended up being these kids can race these without even putting the restrictors.
Right.
Youth classes did end up starting, getting created. But 10 years old is how old Hank was when he went into an RS1 racing. That's a lot of power for a 10-year-old. But, I mean, look at
a lot of machine. But at the same time, they are going, like, the mod youth class, the 170 mod class, they're now running the speeds of an RS1. So would you rather them be in a big car that has better suspension, better roll cage than, a 170 that is the size of a go-kart? So they're running about the same speeds, and at the same time, it's just, you might as well just step them up to a big car that time, right?
Exactly.
So they have that, to be able to jump into out the mod and get into Youth 1K, like I said, is a good step and a good learning step for these little ones.
Well, and with that being said, that RS1 also was a stepping stone car to where, like, now you don't have to worry about in a couple years you're going and buying another car because you already have it.
Right. You can keep advancing. You can go from youth to sportsman to, depends on what series you're racing. Like, for instance, here, you can go to youth to sportsman and eventually come up to pro. So
exactly.
You don't have to, it's the same chassis. Don't have to, only a little bit of modifications here and there, but. Looks like we're back going green. Side by side going to the first turn. Can't tell that. Henry Michael. Henry Michael looks like to be back out front.
I'm just going to pull the stream up.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Oh, yeah.
You can get the login.
I don't have any service. All right, sorry about that. We are on SOS down here unless you have a Starlink, so I have no service right here, but we're trying to find out, everybody from home, if you're hearing us all properly and everything, so we'll get on and we'll check that out. But yeah, you were saying back green flag racing, Henry Michael still out in that number 1 spot.
Is it just 2 cars out there? I don't see the third one.
The third one came up to the line a little bit later, so that is Tuck Michael. And it looks like, let's see, I'm not sure where Tuck Michael is right at this moment. I think I just saw him. He's a little bit behind here. So he is out there on course. There we have him right there.
Yep.
Perfect. Tuck Michael, new racer out here.
Looks like somebody's riding with him.
Oh, okay.
Pressing the gas pedal for him.
Yeah. Weighing down the car. It's all about weight, right?
Right, especially in these little cars.
My goodness, that's so true. I mean, the weight is always so critical out here for these 170. Well,
I'm sure
all of them.
Right. I'm sure it's his first time, and his dad's letting him get used to the car and get some lap times. My dad did that for my sister when she was in a 170. So, yeah, it's good to, like I said, first race. He's probably routing him just to make sure he can make it work.
Exactly. Yeah, that's something that's good. So, with that being said, some of these other classes that there are youth racers, or the Youth 1000 class, I know, for instance, there's one of the Ultra 4 series, they have to have an adult with them. So if they're out racing, there's an adult that's supposed to be in that passenger seat. Now on the short, when we do like a short course style race, that's an option. But for our longer races, there has to be an adult with our youth, and there has to be somebody that's in knowledge of it and everything too. It's not just any person can just hop on in there. So it's really good to have, like you're saying, have that person with you when you're learning.
For a newcomer, for learning.
Yep, it really makes a difference here. So let's see here. Well, again, we got the 306 Henry Michael out in front in that Youth 170. That is our youth stock class. Bowen Tyndall in that number 2 spot, and like we were just talking about with Tuck Michael having that passenger in there. A little bit, sometimes, weight will definitely be a problem, especially like these guys.
No, yeah,
the
weight
horsepower.
is critical in these, right? There's such little horsepower and such a little cart that, yeah, weight's probably really critical in these things.
Yeah, for
It's
sure.
like go-kart racing,
Yeah. Do you ever do that kind of stuff for seat time?
I have not.
Huh. You're in a car so much.
It's not big around us, where I'm from.
I know that are you Alabama or Georgia?
South Carolina.
You're South Carolina? Why did I think you were Alabama or something? I have no idea. Man, I'm like all wrong on all your stats. I for some reason thought you were like in this like area. Well, you're 2 hours away, right? 3. See, again. Oh goodness. Good times though out here at Durhamtown. With all the, like we were talking about, the family atmosphere, but we have, I think the white flag should have been out. I'm not sure if we're coming. Yep, there we
Comes
do.
the white flag.
White flag. You ask and you shall receive. White flag, so we'll have that one more lap to go.
Henry Michael running a very dominant race.
Yeah, from the green flag to checkers so far, but we can't speak too soon.
All right, don't want to give them announcer curse.
Exactly. I know, right?
I've been on the other side of that. It's not fun.
It is definitely not. I try not to do that. I try not to. Because it's so true. Like, you say something about a driver, and then see, look how slow he's going up that hill. Horsepower.
He's on the floor, wide open.
He must have dropped the No, that's
That's the second place.
Is that Bowen?
That's Tuck.
That's Tuck. 306. Okay. I got all confused because last time I looked, Tuck was in that number 3 spot. So Bowen now in that number 3 spot. So they did a little swapping there. And the checkered flag is out. As here comes Bowen Tyndall. So Henry Michael in that number 1 spot.
It's Tuck Michael in the number 2. Would be Bowen Tyndall in the number 3.
Here we go. Got the little kiddos coming over here. We'll be doing an interview with them. Do you want to interview the kids? Or you want me to go interview them?
I'll let you interview him.
You'll let me interview them? Okay. All right. I'll get over there, and I'll be back here in just a minute. All right, Henry Michael, here you are. You just took the green flag and you held it all the way to the checkers in that number 1 spot. How you feeling right now, bud?
Good.
Good. Did you have fun out there?
Yeah.
Yep. What was your favorite part about the race course out there? I mean, I know you've been on it before, but what is your favorite part?
The back straightaway.
In the back straightaway, is it because you can go as fast as you possibly can?
Yeah.
Yep. Well, is this a different car for you this race?
No.
No. But Okay, so we're in the same cars we've been in all year long, but here you are in the number 1 spot. Your dad's over here. He's getting you all set. Are you ready to go have some fun and watch the rest of racing?
Yeah.
Well, congratulations up there in that number 1 spot to you. We'll see you later on the podium, okay?
All right.
All right, and there we have it, our number 1 spot, Henry Michael in the 306. Moving on over here to Bo Tyndall. Bo, how you doing today?
Good.
All right, so that race, that was a fun race for you, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep. All right, so I'll ask you, what was your favorite part about the race course?
Back straightaway.
Back straight. You guys all like the back straightaway because that's where you get to go fast, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, congratulations in this number 2 spot. We'll let you get going so you can watch the races. What is your favorite race to watch besides when you're in the race car?
Pro NA.
Pro NA, all right. Mr. Jeb Boodle's over there with me in the booth, so he'll like to hear that you like the Pro NA. So we'll let you go and have some fun later on.
Okay.
All right. Tuck Michael over here. Dad was riding with Tuck. We'll go over here. So Tuck, you're out there having some fun and racing. What'd you think about that course?
Mom and Dad.
Hey, so you have some pedal extenders on there. You had your dad over there in the passenger seat. Was he helping you at all? Like push the gas pedal down?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dad's saying no. No. So did you have fun though?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to go over and talk to your dad really quick. So, Dad, I have to ask, I mean, did you modify this for you to actually fit in here?
No, I'm squeezed in here like a can of biscuits.
Well, did you have fun out there racing with your kiddo?
I did, but I'm glad this is the last 200 race I have to race because I'm too heavy for the left-handers.
Well, it obviously weighs the car down a little bit, right? So going up these hills and stuff, how was that?
It was slow.
We were watching, but it looks like you guys had fun. And what memories are you making with your kid, right?
Oh, it's fantastic. We're just having so much fun. So we appreciate everybody at Durhamtown for putting this on. I know it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, but you know what? We do it for you guys. We have the joys of it as well, and so we all enjoy seeing you guys out here having fun.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank y'all.
All right, well, here we have it. That is Tuck Michael and Dad right there in that passenger seat in that 200. That was a tight fit for him, but he made it work. All right, how fun is it to see the kiddos out there? They're usually few words. Sometimes we get one that likes to talk a lot, but how fun. The dad, literally, he said he was in there like a can of biscuits, and it looked like it.
Yeah, I love the kid interviews. They're the best.
Yes, all right, so next up, we do have our Sportsman side-by-side class. Let's see, we have 8 cars. It looks like they should be taking the green flag today. In that number 1 spot, we have the 47 of Braden Easton that took that pole position. The second position, Ryan Smith in the number 248. Michael Neal, the number 47 in that 3rd position. John Dobbs in the number 4 in the 55. In 5th position, the 15 of Charlie Etheridge. 6th position, the number 7 of Jared Schneider. 7th position, the 106 of Shane Munzner. I'm not sure how to say that last name. Excuse me if I said it wrong. In the number 8th position, the 522 of Dakota Collier.
Is that Peanut? Is that Peanut now? He's out there. Peanut's old car race, right?
All right, and it looks like we do have Peanut Fulcher. You're right there. Peanut Fulcher was a late entry I say late entry. They showed up last night and they entered into multiple classes. So he is in that Sportsman. So you can come out here. So he's also in the youth class as well. So Sportsman and youth, Peanut Fulcher has been racing since he was a teeny tiny Todd as well.
He still is teeny tiny.
He is still teeny tiny. He's almost as tall as me now. I mean, that's not saying much because I'm pretty short, but seeing him this morning. I haven't seen him in a couple months, and man,
Yeah, he
he's
just got
tall.
done. He was out there racing with the Vegas Torino, right?
Yes,
with,
he was.
With Cruiser Coy. So
Yes.
yeah, he just got done with that.
All right, so they just did their transponder check is what they did. Okay, I need to write down Peanut's name on my paper here. But I mean, I know his car, but he's been racing. He started out in the 170s. He raced with Ultra 4 in 170s. He raced in other series too. But yeah, Peanut Fulcher.
He's in the mod 170, is he? I think.
His brother, I believe, is
Is
in the
now, okay.
mod. Yeah, TT. Because we have, looks like we have Tristan. Tristan, his brother,
Okay.
will be in the Youth Limited.
Yeah, Pina. He was out in the Vegas Torino. I think he won the Youth 1K class in the
Yeah, they
the
did
Vegas
great.
Torino. So.
So it looks like he's also registered for the Open side by side. That's
Okay.
going to be. We have
a
5
lot of people in there.
entries that came in just this morning
Should have a
for.
good class then.
Yeah. We went from 6 in the class to 11, so it's going to be really awesome to see that open side-by-side
Right.
class.
Ryan Smith in that 248, usually a fast competitor out here, but last night he said he was having some fading issues as the laps went on, like in qualifying and stuff. So hopefully he was able to figure that out over the night, and we'll see what he does. But starting in that P2 position, not a bad start.
No, not at all.
So,
Actually, talked with him this morning at driver's meeting, and we had a spare ECU. He put that ECU in, and he
Okay.
went down the drag strip, and he said he's back normal. So
All right, so hopefully to see him up there battling. up
hopefully
front
he's
still.
willing to give us that ECU back, because he said it was a complete difference. No, but he definitely was having problems. It was crazy because he was saying what was going on is like the first lap or two, he was
It was
like
perfect.
perfect, and then it would just drop in RPM. So it's like 2 minute. I think he said like a 2 minute. Well, 2 minutes is a long time, but like it would go from like 8,100 RPMs to like 7,000 RPMs
Right.
or something. So, and of course we all know that's key out here.
Right. Keeping especially the CVT, the Can-Am, the Can-Am X3, all your Polaris, they're all CVT transmission, meaning they have a primary, secondary clutch that's belt driven. So the primary, makes the secondary work, and that's what pulls the transmission. So it's not a manual; it's an automatic style transmission. So to have that clutch in right and the peak RPM all the time is very, very critical. If you don't have that, then and your clutching ain't right, then you're out there just surviving, I guess. But
Yeah.
so yeah, hopefully he got that figured out. He can be back up there and up to speed.
Yeah, hopefully that. I think he said he got it. I mean, we have the drag. That's another thing we didn't mention when we were talking about, or you might have, and I didn't hear you say it. But the drag strip that you can come out here.
Oh yeah,
at
drag strip.
Durhamtown.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's where he went out and did just some quick testing just to see how it was doing for him, and the pool was
Come
good.
out here and brag to your buddies who has the faster side by side or a 4-wheeler or a dirt bike, and
Exactly. Yeah, that gets to be a very busy area too throughout
right,
the day.
especially during the day.
Yeah. What's really cool though is people will be over there at the drag strip or the little the motocross tracks and not know this is going on, and they'll
Right.
end up coming over here and watching. I've had multiple people ask me like, "How do you get into this?" I'm like, "Well,
First, you get a side by side.
get a side by side, and then you get all the safety equipment, and then you sign up to race."
Yep, simple as that. Coming in a Sportsman side by side like right out here,
Mhm.
and they're about to go green.
Exactly, as the pace cars pulled off, and there's the cones that you have to start in. So
What a good jump by the number 1 spot.
And look at
But
that,
looks
Ryan
like Ryan
Smith.
Smith. Oh,
Yeah,
looks
Ryan-
like he's at power right now.
he definitely has the whole shot out there. So
this-
hopefully it works out in his favor today.
Yep, like I said, he's usually a strong competitor out here in the Sportsman side by side. So good to see him back up to speed. So
It was interesting yesterday after all the qualifying and everything. He's over in our pit. They're trying to figure it out, and he came over with his computer, and he's like, "I don't know, I'm dropping this and that." And then last night comes back over into our pit, and my husband's like, "Hey, we have a spare ECU if you want to try it." And he's like, "Okay." So here we go. That's what it is, all about family, right? It's a family atmosphere out here, and we're all helping each other out. But Ryan Smith taking that whole shot once they got through. It looks like, let's see, that's John Dobbs on screen right now. All right, so John Dobbs right there. It looks like he got around Braden as well. So we got Ryan Smith in that number 1 spot, John Dobbs in second, Braden Easton in that number 3 spot. And I think that's Michael Neal that's running in that number 4 position. So we'll see, get our timing all up to date here in just a second. Yeah, so Jared Schneider in 4th, Dakota Collier in 5th position. As you can see, Eason is in that number 3 spot, as Ryan Smith out there in that number 1 spot. So Ryan Smith making his way around. It looks like we're going to probably have a battle again for that number 2
number 2
spot.
spot. Same story as the last Sportsman race.
Exactly.
But don't want to give Ryan Smith the announcer curse yet. You know, like I
No.
said, qualifying he had 2 good laps, so he's going into third one. We'll see what happens. But
Exactly. All right, let's see here. A time of a 105.119. I know that's a quick time for him compared to yesterday. John Dobbs at a 105.220. So their times are they're competitive with their qualifying times yesterday. Looks like John is on the outside, maybe having some issues. No, he's not having issues. He's just taking that wider line.
that'll be a good drive out the corner. So just taking a wider line to get a good drive out the exit.
Took the dry line out there too.
Right. That's important. Trying to find that dry line, trying to find a fast line.
Exactly.
And right now, Ryan Smith's found it.
Yes, he has. All right.
It seems like some of the transponders are not coming across the line, but I can't do anything.
Again, we have Ryan Smith out in that lead as we're watching the 2 and 3 of the 55 of John Dobbs, the 47 of Braden Eason. And that's that ski jump that we were talking about earlier. As the faster cars get out there, they're launching off of it. It gets a little scary watching you guys out there, though, when you hit it too hard. If you let up on your gas and you nosedive in, it's such a touchy jump.
Yeah, if you ain't got your setup just right, or you make the wrong move but to face the jump, sometimes it gets a little sketchy. But that's what it's all about. You know, you get your setup right.
Exactly.
Coming out here, learning how to jump the car and making sure it jumps fine is key as well.
So I have to say about the track, so right now the track is really doing awesome because these guys are a second faster than their qualifying times yesterday. So yesterday we didn't do any watering really in between of all the
Yeah, the track looks
qualifying.
very tacky right now. You can see that sun beating down on it is showing that kind of shinier dirt. You don't really see that blue groove yet. Once the blue grooves, it gets a little slick. But right now, with the water on it, track's tacky. It's tacky right now, so you're gonna see some fast lap times.
You saw Braden just now had to check up a little bit. He was trying to come up and get on the inside of John Dobbs.
Oh yeah, they're having a good battle right now for sure.
He checked out. I mean, the smarter thing to do too is check up if you know you don't have the
Right.
gain.
Yeah, we got long races. Well, no need to take each other out this early. You know, if you're gonna take each other out, do it the last lap, make it entertaining. But no, we don't want to see that happen out here.
Definitely not. Man, that is such a battle between 2 and 3 as we're watching them here.
But 2 Can-Am X3 is getting after it right now.
Exactly. And then we have an X3 out front too.
Yeah.
The number 47 of Michael Neal running in that 4th position. Just now saw him go by. Looks like his transponder for some reason is not reading. The number 7 of Jared Schneider. 180 of Peanut Fulcher. So we do have other vehicles out there. Not sure exactly why.
And the battle continues.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not slowed down yet.
This is when you're working hard for
Oh yeah, the
your
elbows
money.
are up right now.
Yes. This is when you get the arm pump too.
Exactly. Yeah, right now Ryan Smith's still looking really good out front, really dominant. Good to see his car running after. I know he was all amped up last night trying to get his car to fix it. He's competitive, you know. He does other racing, does go-kart racing, and so he has that competitive nature where he wants to be out front. So right now doing that job, and looks like we're at the competition caution.
Okay, so yes, and then I saw there was a car off the course. The drone went right over. I'm not sure who that was. There was somebody off the side of the course. Right there, let's see. That is the 106 Shane Mutzner. I'm sorry, I can't.
I'm not good with names either. Don't even ask me.
I apologize once again for saying name. That's one of my pet peeves, and it happens more than I like to admit. It's like that whole meme with the Aaron.
Aaron.
Jake Quillen.
Yeah, that's me.
That's me. I totally posted that, and I said, to all of my people that I pronounced your name wrong, I am so sorry. Got to have fun with it, though. But, yeah, so it looks like, again, let's go through this as we have the visual right here in front of us. We have Ryan Smith in number 248 out in that number 1 spot, the 55 of John Dobbs in second, the 47 of Okay, so we have 247. So Braden Easton is in that number 3 spot. 47 of Michael Neal in that 5th position. The 7 of Jared Schneider in 6th. We have the 180 of Peanut Fulcher in 7th. The 522 of Dakota Collier in that number 7 position. 8th position. Let's see if I can keep my math straight. Now the 522 Dakota is. We had a car catch fire yesterday in qualifying. Was it the 522?
I can't remember which one that was.
I can't remember if it was that. It was a brand new car.
Right.
A turbo line came off, I believe, is what happened.
Right, that's what I heard too.
Yeah.
On the turbo.
Yes. It wasn't a horrible fire, but I mean, any fire is never good.
No.
I can't. Oh, it's not. It wasn't Chase Dutton. I'm trying to figure out who it was. But I remember that happening yesterday. That was not fun to see happen. Yeah, maybe that could be Dakota. I can't remember because it looks like that same car. But here we are going back green flag. So
Well,
it's all about Ryan. When Ryan pushes that skinny pedal down.
Yep, he gets to choose.
As you can see, John Dobbs right on his tail. You want to keep
Can't.
that.
Can't fit a piece of paper between them.
No. But John has the advantage right here going into turn number 2 because he's got the inside line. I say advantage, but that can also bite you as well if you take it too
And I think
close.
number 47 got around him.
It looks like he did. Yes, he did. All right, so right now we have Ryan Smith in that number 1 spot, and Braden Easton is actually in the number 2 spot. John Dobbs in 3rd. Michael Neal 4th. Number 7 of Jared Schneider in that 5th position. So we have 5 more laps to go. As we were watching such a great battle between 2nd and 3rd. We'll see if they end up getting back together and battling it out. Now it's an advantage for Ryan too. Whenever you're in that top spot and the people behind you start battling it out, I mean that gives you that more advantage.
Right, they start battling, they start losing some speed, and the leader likes to see that they can get some more ground, more track position, and check out a little bit and relax a little bit, not have to hurt the car. So, because you ain't worried about speed, it's also endurance out here. You know, we got 10 laps to run this car at 110%. So, if you can back off to 90 or 80%, sometimes you can save the car a little bit and make sure you can get home and bring it home for a checker flag.
And give yourself a break for a second.
Exactly.
A little bit of a break, but then again, you can't. Saying that, you really can't give yourself a break because if you do that, then they'll
catch
close
back
the
up.
ground. As you can see, the
Gotta
gap's
still be
getting closer.
fast, but you definitely can't slow down either.
Yeah, exactly. But Ryan Smith's still out in that number 1 spot. They were pretty evenly spaced apart, but we have a few more laps
The
to
gap's a
go.
little tighter than it was last run, so
You know, John Dobbs is trying to work his way back up into.
maybe Easton and Dobbs have found a little more speed this time. So hopefully they can get up there. And I said we have a 3-car battle for the lead. That'd be fun to see.
Exactly.
But no, Ryan Smith's still running a dominant race out there. So doing what he needs to do, finding all the fast lines, and the car's looking good.
Now Michael Neal in that number 4 spot.
Easton looked like he might be closing the gap a little bit, but still
Right.
not too big.
So he better stay on it. Better not give up
Nope.
any 110.
Right. He better go back to 110. No more 90%.
Exactly. Exactly.
But it's one thing to catch him. Next thing is to get around.
Yeah.
So we've done seen it with the battle for second. You know, it's one thing to be up on him and catch him, but getting around cleanly and respectfully is the next thing, right?
Yeah, and the track out here, I mean, it's wide enough to pass, but it's also
So tight.
not.
It's a tight technical track for sure, a shorter track. So got to pick your moves, got to set them up for the next corner, right? Sometimes it takes you a whole lap just to set the guy up to pass him the next one. So sometimes even more than that. So you just got to play it smart, play it patient, and wait for an opportunity to strike. And when it does, you take it.
Well, and it's also, too, we've seen some people battling it out super close and get taken out in corners. It happens, unfortunately, with the tight corners how they are and trying to pass in them. John Dobbs looks like he's backing off just a little bit, losing a little bit of ground as Braden Easton.
Still charging for that first place.
Yeah.
Gap staying about the same off my eye from Ryan Smith to Easton, but he might be closing in just a hair.
Yeah, and on the scoring, it is saying Braden is in the number 1 spot, but it is actually Ryan Smith still out front. Braden Easton in that number 2 position. So as you see them on your screen, Braden Easton's actually in that number 2 spot. Ryan Smith in number 1. Not sure, they might be having some
flying off the ski jump.
Yeah.
One thing that's really critical, like I was mentioning earlier, is setup. You know, you want these cars low, handling good in the corners, but also to be able to take these high flying jumps, right? So, you know, there's a lot of shock development that goes on here, a lot of testing, a lot of tuning, a lot of development. So we got G-force shocks out here out in the pit. So if your car's not handling right or you got any questions, you know, go check out G-force at Gary Hickman at, is it Hickle or Hickman?
Hickman.
Jerry Hickman Gary Hickman at
That was Jody
G-force.
Hickman.
No, that's Jody, yeah. Gary Hinkle.
Hinkle.
That's right. Sorry, not Hickman. Gary Hinkle at G-force.
And Pete, sir.
John Dobbs
Oh.
goes around.
Found that slippery line there, took him around.
But yeah, go check out G-force. They got great setups. They got a lot of cars out here running G-force suspension. So, and actually, I want to say G-force suspension's out front, I think. So,
I think you're right. So there's the 522. That one right there, Dakota Collier.
I could be wrong, but I think it is.
Yeah, I know a lot of people run his stuff. Also, George with Double E.
Yep.
Like he's usually out here as well. He's not here this weekend with us, but he does a lot of the shocks as well.
Correct. A lot of them are out here either as G-force or Double E Racing. So check those guys out. Get your car handling good, running good, and you can come out here and compete as well.
Exactly. And there, the checkered flag is out. Ryan Smith coming in that number 1 spot. Braden Easton in that number 2 spot. And let's see, did John Dobbs hold that number 3 spot? Yes, he did. As the 47 of Michael Neal making his way across the line in that number 4 position. As we're watching here, the number 7, that is Jared Schneider, and the 180 of Peanut Fulcher taking the checkered flag.
Well, thanks for having me. I got to go spot for Kids Limited at Caroline Clare. So, yeah, hopefully I can come back up here later. But thanks for having me.
All right, thank you so much. That is Mr. Jeb Boodle out here. He'll be racing himself here in just a little bit. I'm going to go get some interviews with these, I say kids, but they're not really kids. Some of them are younger than me, but I'll go get some interviews really quick. All right, I'm down here with our number 1, Mr. Ryan Smith, in the number 248. Ryan Smith, you got out front, stayed out front, never looked back.
It was a blast, a lot of fun today. Track's perfect.
That's what we were just talking about that. I mean, the track really is coming together for you guys. I mean, it was a super wet track this morning, but it's definitely looking like it's getting tacky out there. But you had quite the battle going on behind you, but you didn't look back at all.
Yeah, did not look back this time.
Well, you were having some issues yesterday. You got it all fixed up, and here you are out in number 1.
It feels good again.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. You get to go cool off. You got some more races.
Yep, thank you.
All right. There we have it, Ryan Smith in that number 1 spot. Moving on back here, Braden Easton. Here you are in the number 2 spot. I mean, you were battling it out, trying to get in this number 2 spot there for a couple laps. After the restart, you took over the number 2 spot. How you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. I get to drive with people like him and get to learn a lot, and I'm ready for next time.
Yeah, I mean, you looked really good out there. You were battling it out there with John Dobbs, and it was quite the race. I mean, you guys had a race all to yourself right there.
Just me and him.
Yep. Well, congratulations on this number 2 spot. We'll see you out here in a little while.
Thank you.
All right, moving on down over here, Mr. John Dobbs. John Dobbs, you have some arm pump going on, trying to stick your lines there?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So let me just ask you. We saw you do a little spin out. Did you find a loose spot out on track?
I don't know what happened. I honestly forgot, but I just went around, tried to get back on track, and luckily I was still in 3rd place.
Exactly. You were battling it out really good right there with Braden, and you were holding your line for quite a while, but that restart just wasn't quite the restart you were wanting.
No, I don't. It's pretty unlucky. During the restart, he just kind of passed me, and eventually just got way ahead of me, and I just honestly just worked on trying to. Well, I didn't know who was behind me, so keeping him away from me.
Well, here you are, though, in the number 3 spot. You got one more race to go today. Going to go relax and watch some racing?
Oh, yeah.
All
That's
right, well,
nice.
well, congratulations on that number 3 spot, John Dobbs. So that is it for our sportsman side-by-side class. John's got another race to go here in just a little bit. But right now we have another kids class that is lining up. So we'll get back in the booth here and get our lineup going. All right, back here in the booth here, we do have our sportsman side-by-side class that just finished up. Once again, congratulations, Ryan Smith, in that number 1 spot. He was working hard for it. Again, like Jeb and I were talking about, he was having some issues, got those all figured out back on top of the box. But we do now have our youth limited class lining up. We should have 6 racers out on course once we get moving along here. The number 153 of Hudson Knight taking that pole position yesterday with a 120.253. In the number 2 spot, Lincoln Phelps in that number 32 with a 125.527. In that number 3 spot, the 06 of Caroline Claire Ewing at a 128.927. The 4th position, the 127 of Bull McElwaney at the 133.95. In that 5th position, the number 7 of Braxton Schneider with a 134.721. And in that number 6 position, Mr. Tristan Fulcher, also known as TT, out here in the number 1,000 for our youth limited class. He did not qualify yesterday. They got here late last night, and here he is ready to race. See Dad's over there making sure all is good with his tire pressures. So with our youth classes, the spotters, we get to have 1 spotter per car down here in the infield. As we can see, the number 7 there, the Braxton Schneider. Dad's down there in fire suit, making sure all is good. And Jeb will be spotting for the 06 of Caroline Claire. She's in that top box racing. We got Phelps racing. He is in the number 32. He's got the green cage with the PR on the side. The Polaris Racing 153 there in that number 1 spot again of Hudson Knight. And while we're waiting for our little tiny tots, as I call them, get started, we again want to thank every single person that helps this association and this series get its racers out here, get its people out here, get this series off like it's going. So thank you all. Boodle Motorsports, Residential Grading and Septic. We have D. Coulter, Greaves Motorsports, G-Force Racing Technologies. And again, Gary is out here, Gary and Pete with G-Force. We have the Floor Decor Design Showroom, the Classic Coach Works, Old School Off-Road, Lake County Glass and Mirror, the Power Sports of Carolina, Phelps Racing, Polaris of Gainesville, H&H Paving, Helix Grading and Utility, S&M Powder Coating, and Freedom Race Lifts. So thank you all for everything that you guys do and for the series. We also have Dobbs Motorsports, Ariel Byarski Racing, the Ewings, the Walpoles, and Travis Snell as well. Again, so thank you guys all. This series has just been doing nothing but growing, and it's just been an amazing to watch all the racers come from all over. If you're just tuning in, we are down here at Durhamtown here in Union Point, Georgia for round 4 of our Durhamtown side-by-side race series. And thank you all for out in the crowd sitting there watching. If you're over in the motocross area and you're coming over and watching, I see a dirt bike there. You guys coming over and watching our racing happen. And I don't know if they were throwing, it looks like they threw a little bit of water down here in front of us, so just to keep the dust down. They won't water the whole course all at once. They're going to water it in sections throughout the day. All right, we're just getting everything all set here. Went a little silent on you guys for just a minute. Looks like they're heading on out right now to do their transponder check. So we just make sure all is good before we send them going 100%. And again, they do the transponder checking every single class. As they also were reading yesterday as well, but it's just something that we do here, and it just makes it that much more efficient, I might say. You can see our spotters are standing around here waiting for their kiddos to move on out there as well. We do have cameras all around the course. We have drones that are also here as well. So it's awesome to have all the different camera angles. The course here, I'm not sure exactly how long the course is. I've never mapped it out myself. I know it's not super long, but it's a fast course. So like we were talking about with the little kids earlier on, the tiny tots as I call them, the backstretch is their favorite part of it. Well, the backstretch is the fastest part of the whole entire course. When they come over the finish line, jump over here to the right of where I'm at, which you're getting ready to see them go over the timing loop. That's also a really fast section, but it's also a jump, and then they go directly into a left-hand turn. So that's, even though they're flying over it, it's definitely, you have to let up just a little bit. As you can see, somebody already doing a little bit of a slide out right there. I think that's, see which number that was. Slid at the top of the track here. It is quite damp because they did do a little bit of watering up there, but it's something that we have to do to keep the dust down. That was the 127 of Bo McElwaney that did a little tiny spin out right there. Bo is going to be starting in that number 4 position. Looks like they're getting them all lined up behind Mr. Boodle, our race director. And that is Jamie Ewing right there as well, helping direct all the cars. Jamie Ewing's daughter is right there in that number 06. His son, Tillman, was just on course here just a little bit ago as well. Tillman was in our Sportsman NA class earlier on. Great footage right there of all of our little tiny tots, our kiddos. Hudson Knight right there in the number 153. Given a thumbs up. Now Hudson races in another class as well, so he'll be back out on course in our Youth Open class as well, which he was our top qualifier in that yesterday. Top qualifier in our Youth Limited class also. So Hudson Knight getting a lot of seat time. 2 different classes. It really pays off to get the extra seat time for anybody that's racing, especially these kids in these 170 cars. And there we go. Green flag is out. Hudson Knight with Lincoln Phelps in that number 2 spot. Already out in front there. Looks like Bo McElwaney is on the number 3 spot. A little bit damp back in that side, it looks like, as that is TT Fulcher right there at the bottom of your screen. TT's been racing also for a few years as well, has lots of seat time in a vehicle. His brother Peanut was out there as well earlier on. All right. As we have Knight is out in that number 1 spot, as we can just see that TT Fulcher just now making a pass up into that number 3 spot. Making their way around the track. I didn't find out if they're doing 6 laps or if they're doing a couple more or not. I know our youth class earlier on just did 6 laps. All right, as we can see, Hudson Knight making his way through, still in that number 1 spot. already has quite the gap. And the number 32, Lincoln Phelps, in that number 2 spot. The number 1,000 of TT Fulcher already made his way up into that number 3 spot. Bo McElwaney in 4th. Caroline Clare in the 06 in that 5th position. The number 7 of Braxton Schneider. So 6 cars out on course as we are speaking right now. And they're on that backstretch. That backstretch is the one that we were talking about. And you can see that they threw some water down there. So the kids are going to be finding their drier line as they make their way through. As we are zooming in there on Hudson Knight in the number 153. His fastest lap yesterday in qualifying was a 1:20.253. I like to see if they pick up their times during the actual race to see how much. Oh, and there we have Bo McElwaney just now doing a little bit of a spin out. You can see the water's fresh right there. That's where you got to find that line that's a little bit drier as he comes back on course right in front of another vehicle. No contact was made as we just watched. And that's why we have our spotters. We have our spotters up here, up by the start-finish line. But the kids, again, the kids' spotters are down. They have 1 spotter in the infield. They are allowed to have 1 spotter inside. Down here where we do our staging area for the start. All right, so Hudson Knight out in front. TT Fulcher in the number 2 spot already. Lincoln Phelps in that number 3. So did Bo McElwaney get, oh, and we got Bo McElwaney in that number 4 spot. Oh no, it looks like Caroline Clare is having something going on. It was a little bit slippery here. Oh, here's a replay here. So Bo McElwaney down there in that number 127. Carolina Clare right there. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so did Bo McElwaney little bit of contact right there in the uphill by our start-finish line. Let's see, did she get moving again? Yes, I do see her moving again. That's a good sign there. That's Hudson Knight's fastest lap right now. Like I was saying, I like to see if they beat their lap time, but 1:26.355 is what is showing his last lap time was. As Tristan Fulcher again in that number 2 spot. Looks like Boodle's getting in his side-by-side here. We'll be going here for the competition yellow here in just a little bit. As again, our race leader, Hudson Knight, in the number 153. His dad will be out on course here in just a little bit, and his car is pretty much identical, but it's a 2-seater. Obviously not a 1-seater, but the paint scheme will be the same. That's a great view of watching the kiddos come straight for us here. And right now they're all turning brown, so I'm not sure with that straight on which car is what. So again, this is our Youth Limited race with our race leader, Hudson Knight, making his way through. That is our Talladega turn. He's going down towards our ski jump. He's on our ski jump right at that moment. This turn right here is tricky for a lot of people, and especially when there's water down on it. That's where we saw Hudson Wilson earlier take his little bit of a tumble. All right, competition yellow is out. Hudson Knight will have that number 1 spot for the Delaware style start as he makes his way over to Boodle. And Hudson Knight racing again in 2 different classes. He has the race he's in right now, the limited. He'll have a little bit of a break because next up we do have our open side-by-side class. And then he'll be back up in his other car in the Youth 250 Open. So only 1 race between. He'll get a break. Same with Tristan Fulcher, TT Fulcher. So Hudson Knight in that number 1 spot. Tristan Fulcher 2nd. Lincoln Phelps 3rd. Bo McElwaney in 4th. Braxton Schneider 5th. And Caroline Claire Ewing in that 6th position. Trying to see where everybody's at here on course. They're making their ways around. It's definitely a warm day out here at the track today. It's supposed to be, I think, 86 out here, or 83, one of those. It's going to be a warm, warm day. We're at 12 o'clock. We're not at our peak temperatures quite yet. It's supposed to be 80. It says it feels like it's 89 outside, but it's saying it's 83. A little bit warm out here. That's why we got to stay on top of the track, make sure we keep that water down, because it's drying quickly. As all the kids are making sure they're all lined up. I see 5 cars over there, and I have 6 on my list. All right, so Bo McElwain is the one it looks like I am missing from my lineup, so I'm not sure exactly what happened with Bo. And where he might have gone. Well, it looks like Bo must have pulled off. I don't see him out on the track. He could have pulled off, or I did not see him. As we are making our way around to go back green flag racing, we'll have 5 more laps to go for our youth limited race. And there we have it, green flag out with Hudson Knight out in front. And that is TT Fulcher in that number 2 spot. Lincoln Phelps still running in that number 3 position. Making their way around these tight turns. So he has, this is basically a hairpin right-hand turn they're getting ready to go into. Then they go up into the Talladega turn, down to the ski jump, as we call it. These kiddos do get a little bit of air when they come down that ski jump. But once the pro classes get out there, you'll really see a difference in how far they actually can launch off of that jump. We did see it in our last race in our Sportsman side-by-side. They were getting some pretty good air. But once our pro classes get out there, it's a completely different style of racing. And there we are back with Hudson Knight in that number 1 spot. Oh, we got a little bit of rubbing going on there. Just a little bit of rubbing going on. So that is the number 32 there of Lincoln Phelps and TT Fulcher. Lincoln Phelps getting around TT, not sure what's going on. TT was out in that number 2 spot. But again, TT will be out again racing with one race in between. A lot of these kiddos do double duty out here. Track time. Lincoln Phelps will also be coming up too in the open class as well. And that's where your battle is at right now, is in that number 2 and 3 spot. Oh, there, I just saw in the infield the 127. So there's the confirmation of Bo McElwain off the course, right next to one of our track crew. As you can see, the battle right there between the 32 and the number 1,000. As Hudson Knight has quite a lead. He is checked out, and again, like we were talking about, whenever there's a battle going on behind you and you're in that number, you know, whatever position, it doesn't even have to be in the number 1 spot, but when there's a battle of cars going on behind you, you definitely are able to check out just a little bit more. As Lincoln Phelps looks like he's pulling away a little bit from TT Fulcher. So Caroline Clare in that number 4 spot. Braxton Schneider in that number 5th position. Have not seen him come around quite yet. As I just say that, the timing loop trips, and there he goes in that number 5 spot. So Hudson Knight picking up each lap. His last lap time was a 1:23. Lincoln Phelps a 1:28. Tristan Fulcher at a 1:29. They're making their way around. So Lincoln Phelps, Tristan Fulcher, also known as TT, Hudson Knight, Bo McElwaney. Let's see, all of them. I think a lot of these kids will be going into the next kids class as well. Oh, look at this, Lincoln Phelps. Lincoln Phelps is definitely stopped. Just now saw Caroline Clare. These kids will be going into the next something happened. These cars are very finicky too. He's making his way around that turn. The chains like to pop off on these cars. I mean, any little tiny thing can happen, but there we see our number 2 spot, Lincoln Phelps, is now on the side stop. That is such a bummer for him. So Hudson Knight in that number 1 spot. He has not looked back since he started the race. Tristan Fulcher in 2nd, Caroline Clare in 3rd. Braxton Schneider in that number 7. So Lincoln Phelps getting pushed off of the track for our Youth Limited race. As we're back watching Hudson Knight, I believe, and there we are, the checkered flag is out. So congratulations to Hudson Knight in that number 1 spot. And let's see here. TT Fulcher should be coming through in that number 2 spot. But Hudson Knight, he has some more work to do. Again, he's got another race here. And there we have it. Tristan Fulcher, TT, coming through in that number 2 spot. I'm going to start making my way over to the finish line interviews here. All right, as we have the kiddos that I'm going to be talking to make their way over here to me. We got Mr. Ryan Knight walking up behind his kiddo. Hudson, you took that green flag and you led the whole entire race from green to checkers. How you feeling?
I feel so good.
You did an amazing job out there racing. Was your dad doing some good spotting for you?
Yes, ma'am.
I know, it looks like you were listening to probably everything he was saying, or did you sometimes do what you wanted to do?
I listened to everything that he said.
Well, that's a good kid right there, good kid. Well, congratulations right here on this number 1 spot. You got another race to go, so you don't have much time to rest. Are you ready for the next one?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, we'll let you get going. Congratulations, and we'll see you at the next one. All right, moving on over here. TT Fulcher. You got a lot of mud on you in that number 2 spot, running 2nd and then 3rd, but you made your way from the back of the pack up here in that 2nd position. How do you feel?
It feels good.
It's good to see you out here, bud. I haven't seen you in a while, but seeing you out here racing, doing your thing. Are you having fun?
Yeah.
Yep. Well, you got another race to go here in just a little bit as well. You only have 1 race to actually relax on it. Are you ready for the next one?
Yeah.
All right. Well, TT Fulcher, congratulations on your number 2 spot.
Thank you.
All right, here we go. Caroline Claire in the number 3 spot. Caroline, you had to work for that one today, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am. It was hard.
Looks like it was a tough race out there. You did a little spin out up here because a little bit of contact, but you made your way back up, and here you are in number 3.
Yeah, it was hard. I had to work for that.
Yeah, you did, but good job out there. I mean, I know you're out here down here in the infield helping out and doing stuff, but also racing. You were cheering your brother on earlier on. You having fun?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, congratulations in that number 3 spot, and we'll see you later on.
Thank you so much.
All right, and there we have Caroline Claire in that number 3 spot. As we have our next class making their way over, this will be our UTV. This will be our this is our open side-by-side class. I got Colin Truitt over here. Let's see if I can grab him to come into the booth here. I'll see if I can get him, but yeah. All right, back in the booth here. I have myself a guest for this race. I got Mr. Colin Truitt. Colin Truitt races in our Pro NA class, but right now we have our open side-by-side class. We have 11 cars. 12?
Ariel Bioarski's down there at the bottom.
Oh, she's not on. Oh, because she didn't qualify yesterday. That's what it is.
Yeah.
All right, and I think she was going to be starting in the back. That is a decision by her and her dad because
Correct.
she's working on passing.
Yeah, they're game planning a little bit and working on some strategy. He said she got to get better at passing, so only one way to find out.
Exactly. All right, but in that number 1 spot, our top qualifier yesterday was Nathan Parker with a 1:02.195. That is a quick time.
He didn't slow down at all, did he?
No, I don't think so. And then the number 85, Chase Dutton, and that number
102 as well.
Yep. And the 501, Dennis Kinlaw, he had a 105. John Dobbs, who we just saw, he was out just a little bit ago, number 55. He got, I believe, 3rd place earlier. He's at a 105 as well. We know this guy.
Yeah, it should be pretty good racing. I mean, I know these guys back here, they ain't slow either.
No, they're not. So we have the 57 in the 5th position of Hank Hall, the DD214, Bruce Davison in 6th. Now we had these 5 drivers that came in. Six. Well, we have 6 drivers that are not on the list, but we have 5 drivers that came in last night. So we have
all the way from Arizona, except one of them. All the way from Arizona.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the 180 of Mr. Peanut Fulcher, his name is Brian, but we call him Peanut, from North Carolina, and then Ryder Van Beekum in the 64Y, the 64 of Robert Van Beekum, the 32 of Ryder Chapman, and the 93 of Kyle Arknow. They are the 4 that came from Arizona. Kyle, I believe, lives in Indiana.
I think so, yeah. He lives in Indiana, but he races with the team. And he said it was about an hour drive to the airport for him. So
yeah, it was a 36-hour drive for the Van Beekums and their cars.
Quick drive, no big deal.
Exactly. And then we have is it Iowa or Ohio is Ariel Bioarski?
Either one of them twos.
Yes, one of those.
Anyone, something's an O.
Well, let's talk about this really quick. The Van Beekums and the Chapman, they have never been on the track.
They've never been on the track. I had to give them one warning about the ski jump. That was about it.
Oh, well, yeah, because you definitely don't want to nosedive on this one. But
no, I told them you might want to try the jump out before you full send it because it hurts. The farther you fly, the more it's going to hurt when you land.
That is so true, so true. I mean, you know that very well.
Hurting when landing a jump?
Yes.
Yeah, a few times. My fair share.
Well, let's talk about you for a minute. I mean, we're on hold for just a second because they're getting ready to do their transponder. But Colin Truitt, you've been racing for many years. You race in the Pro NA class here, but you also race champ just like with Jeb. I mean, you've been racing a lot. You have lots of seat time.
I'd say this is my 12th, 13th year of racing, specifically side-by-sides. So I'd say a little bit of experience. I'm not going to go out here and say I got the most because there's some kids out here that got me beat, which is crazy. But they've been racing since they could walk. It's hard to beat that.
Well, but you do have, again, a lot of experience, though, racing because you have been racing for so long. And you've raced in different side-by-side classes. You also moved into the turbo class last year, wasn't it? Wasn't that your first time? Or year before?
I dabbled in it a few times, but we finally built a Pro R from Polaris, and we've been wanting to basically run one of those for as soon as they came out, and they finally allowed it to run. So we built one of those, and we went out there racing. We had our new car blues, and just it was a rough year for us, but we'll get it figured out. We always do.
There's always some kind of gremlins in new cars. It doesn't matter.
There's always some kind of gremlins in my pit. I don't know what's going on.
Well, I can't help you on that one. That is for sure.
Oh,
But
if I could help myself, I'd figure it out too. But it should be a good race coming up. It's got 6 rows, 2x2. Should be there's some fast guys in the rear that's going to work their way to the front. Hopefully there's not too much contact going in.
yeah, I'm at this.
It track's a little wet still, so if I understand correct, Nathan Parker's running some SC1s, so he'll have to battle as well as your kid, right?
Yeah, Hank is running the same tires as well. It looks like everybody else is running those Hoosiers, but yeah.
Yeah, so there will be some fighting with traction there at the beginning for those guys, for sure.
Well, once they get out of the wet spots, too, they definitely hook up as well. That's what's something that I'm talking with them, because they're also only watering the track in certain spots. So there's going to be spots that are freshly wet.
And it's super slick. I about crashed coming across the track. Well, no, I did crash coming about the track.
Yeah, I was going to, like I said, I was going to interview Caroline, and she was like, oh. But you didn't crash in a car. You were on your pit bike.
I was on a pit bike, yeah, which is worse. I told you I'm not good on 2 wheels. Put me in 4. I'm fine with 4.
Hence the cage. The cage.
They say age comes a cage, but I've been doing it for a while now.
I know you're not. You say what? 12? How old were you when you started?
13.
Okay.
No. I don't know. My math's not great. 15.
You're 15. Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
15, 16.
But you again though, you do get a lot of seat time. All right. So we're making moves towards our starting area.
All right.
And it's all about.
Nathan Parker's going to take us off between the green cones, or the orange cones. He will be the leader, and he will start it for the rest of them.
This is the part where it's like, it's up to him.
Yeah, tighten up.
It's a tricky game. Yeah, you can see
He's
Hank
going to
Hall.
go right there, yep.
There we go. It's all about that momentum. And he is team momentum. And Nathan Parker getting the whole shot. We already have the number 93 off the side there. That's Kyle Ark now.
Oh, it looks like he had a limp mode issue immediately.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
that's way too far of a drive to
that's a pain in the butt.
Be off the side already. As you can see, there is quite a bit of dust right there at the beginning.
Yeah, look, they didn't water the faces of the jumps. Which
They did water it before the kids went out last, so it was pretty slick on that back end.
I hate to see that for Kyle.
Yes, for sure. Oh, nope, there you go.
All
Get
right.
going,
It's
Kyle.
a good thing there's a halfway point. He'll catch up. All right, so everybody's single filed, split up pretty decent there at the beginning.
Actually, he went back off the course again, but there we do have Nathan Parker. He took the whole shot, still out in front.
He's tiptoeing his way through the corner, keeping traction control.
And that's Dutton, Chase Dutton in that number 2 spot.
Looks like one of the Van Beekums is making some good moves already. I think he was up about halfway.
All right, so the 501 of Dennis Kinlaw, then Hank Hall in that number 4 spot. As you can see, Dennis Kinlaw, Hank Hall right there.
Okay, so one of the Van Beekums just clicked into 5th place off the first lap.
From the rear.
From the rear. It says he's in 8th, but...
They'll get that all corrected over there. Because the transponders this morning with all the new ones.
There is no 5th on the board.
Oh,
right
yep,
there anyway.
I can see that there now. Yep. All right, as we have our FPV drone flying over our racers.
Tiptoeing a little bit. That's Bruce Davison, and is that Ariel?
Ariel did start in the back. Yep, that is her. So
she's working on her passing still.
And right there in front of Bruce, that is TT Fulcher, or not TT, that is Peanut Fulcher in the number 180. He was a new entry this morning as well. He's not new to racing, but the new entry to our entry list this morning.
Looks like Nathan's getting a nice gap started up. With Dutton in 2nd, Hank Hall 3rd.
Nathan Parker, the 104, I mean, he's almost at his qualifying time by 2 seconds.
Yeah, and Van Beekam's moved himself up to 4th, so.
Yeah, so Van Beekam, number 62.
Definitely working his way to the front.
Actually, Van Beekam's the number 64, so we'll get that.
There's 2 64s.
Yeah,
so
64Y and 64. So Ryder is 64Y.
It's very, very tough to see.
When the numbers.
It's a small Y.
Yes. When you're racing against somebody that has the same number in the same class, is difficult.
And the same graphics.
Yeah, exactly. The same exact graphics. as I believe that is Nathan Parker right there that we are flying over. Yep, cutting that corner just a little too tight.
Taking his time, just a small inside berm run. That looked like one of the Van Beekem cars off the side right there.
I think it was still Kyle, yeah. All right, so Dutton in that number 2 spot making his way over. So you got Parker, Dutton, Hall, Ryder Van Beekem, the number 64 in that 4th position.
Oh, that's Ryder.
But you know what? It came through sounding like something was going on. It just pulled up. It sounded like an axle or something. Whew.
That's a long way to come.
So it did, when he went through, something was rattling pretty good. So I'm wondering if it's a driveline issue, axle or something going on.
Gloves are coming off, so it's not a very good issue.
No, definitely not. Never fun.
Yep, both of the 64s are off. That is, that's Robert right there, just pulled off in front of the camera, and Ryder's over here right before the finish line.
So Ryder's off, came through, sounding like something was going on. It just pulled up. It sounded like an axle or something. There we have it. Again, there's the replay right there. The 64.
Got a little crossed up. There comes Nathan through, still holding his lead.
All right, Nathan Parker, that number 1 spot. Chase Dutton 2nd, Hank Hall 3rd.
They got a good gap on each other.
And we should be coming around here momentarily for the mandatory caution.
Group them all back up. Give them a chance again.
Exactly.
Ariel's made herself some passes through. She's got through a few of them.
Yeah, she's up there in that number 6 spot. John Dobbs in that number 5. Ryder Chapman is in that number 4 spot. So Ryder Chapman's still out there making his way through.
Track's worked in pretty good. It's got real good traction right now.
It definitely does. How many more races do we have till you get out there? A couple?
3. I want to say 3. There's one more kids race. There's youth 1K, and
yeah.
I got a little time.
You got a little bit of time. Is your car over in staging?
Yeah.
As it should be.
It's hanging out over there.
All right, there is our mandatory caution, or competition yellow, as I've been calling it all day long, out with Nathan Parker running in that number 1 spot. Fastest time for him so far has been a 1:04.786. Chase Dutton in that number 2 spot. Hank Hall in that number 3 spot. Ryder Chapman 4th. John Dobbs 5th. And the 7:35 Ariel Byarski actually making her way through.
There's no Ryder.
180 of Mr. Peanut Fulcher and then Bruce Davidson.
Looks like Dobbs got Ryder there at the end. They are either they're lined up incorrectly or he did get them.
Okay.
But
so Ryder.
It's pretty close racing there in the rear. The front guys kind of separated and got safe and smooth, made their way through. Now the second half, hopefully they pick it up and.
Right there, that was with Robert right there. Poor Robert Van Beekem right there, sitting there on a sideline. That is the front row spot to the start. Not where he wants to be.
No.
He would rather be in the front row of the start.
Oh, absolutely.
Such a bummer. When he came over the jump, though, at the right by us, I could hear some kind of rattling going on, which didn't sound.
The drone driver just did a trick shot.
Did he get you dizzy?
He did a little loop-de-loop right there. Got me.
He's sitting right next to us.
Got me jacked up.
In this truck.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
It's awesome to have the drone shots out here, especially when he's doing like what he's doing, getting close to the cars, up and personal. And we'll get ourselves moving as now you see traffic is flowing.
On the restart. This is a Delaware start. It looks like they are restacking.
Yeah, the Dobbs went on the outside.
Yeah, so it's a Delaware start with the leader by himself out front, and the rest of them will be lined 2 by 2 behind him. And tighten up, because he's going to start soon.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. The restarts always make me so nervous, no matter who's out on course. So right now, 2nd and 3rd, Chase Dutton and Hank Hall, side by side going into that first turn after taking the green flag. So we got a race going on between 2 and 3 and 4 and 5.
Looks like Dutton squeezed him off right there at Talladega.
Yes, he did. That was
Couldn't get
pins
no
and needles right
yeah,
there.
Couldn't get no cleaner than that.
No, you definitely can't. Clean racing is good racing. I think that is Ryder right there. A little bit
Yeah,
of blue smoke looking like coming out of the rear.
It has been smoking out of the exhaust. But that's Ryder out there in 4th. So he did get Dobbs. Now he's breathing down the neck of old Hank Hall.
Well, let's see if Hank Hall can hold his lines and get through a clean race here.
He's called back up to chase.
So Nathan Parker, if I'm correct on this, I think he's leading the points in this class. Have those
I couldn't tell you.
stats right here.
I have not paid enough attention to points this year. I've just been trying to come here and have fun. And I've missed a few races. So.
Actually, so we're in the open class. So Bruce Davidson actually is leading the points. Nathan Parker's second in points. Hank is third in points. So Bruce Davidson.
I think Bruce has done all the races.
He
So at
has.
the beginning of the year, I think there was only about 2 cars that started racing the open side by side, and I think Bruce was one of them.
That's a good slide right there. Is that that's Ryder, correct? I believe.
That's Chase.
Oh, Chase Dutton.
Yeah.
You're right.
Looks like Nathan is not holding that big old lead he had before.
All right. So I know that last race we were out here, Nathan, with I think he had something going on with his car, but he's been doing an amazing job out here this weekend. He was launching it off of the start-finish line yesterday during qualifying. He's like all gas.
He
Nathan
scared me
Parker.
one time.
Yeah, I was on the other side of that.
Car control. All he did was get right back on the gas and save it.
All right, so Ryder is in that number 3 spot.
Got a little bit of white
Or
smoke
4
from out
spot.
of the rear of his car, but
Whose is it? From
Ryder.
Ryder's?
He's been having smoke the whole time, so still going.
I know he's all the way from Arizona, so
Came with the Van Beekums.
he has they'll be doing that race, the beginning of the new series out there in Arizona, or not new series, but the series in Arizona. They have their opener in a couple weeks.
The cores?
Core.
There's a
CORR. Too
RR.
many cores.
There's a lot of cores.
All these series that are going on, but that's the one that's out in Arizona. As Nathan Parker 103.330, Chase Dutton 103.285. Even though we don't go by time, earlier I was saying I like to see the times.
Looks like Chase did put down a faster lap. Either Nathan is playing it safe and smart, or
Well, they have another race to go.
he just clipped off a 102.1. So
Well, 102.195 was his fastest lap yesterday,
He
so
just broke
he's
it.
already picked it up.
Yep.
Chase Dutton yesterday was a 102.709.
Chase got a little bit more time. Hanks went faster than he did yesterday.
Yes, he has by 2 seconds.
Ariel's still working on making her way up. She's
Battling with Dobbs.
she's passing, yeah, but that's what they brought her out for, is to work on passing.
Yep, exactly.
They wanted her to race a bunch of classes, just more seat time.
She's been racing the open class too, though, I think. But she does a women's class, the open class.
Yeah, she's running 3 classes this weekend.
She is. I don't think she's done every race in the open class because she's down 8th in points for it. And then she goes and she does the endurance race later on as well.
Yeah, she does.
Normally. I don't know if they are this weekend because I know that they're also heading to California for the last round of the Champ
White
Series.
flag.
Yep, white flag out for Nathan Parker. Second place, Chase Dutton. Let's see.
103.5. So he's still got a little bit more speed he could find.
So Hank Hall, third position.
Hank is.
They had to do a little bit of tuning on Hank's car as well, so he was having some problems with the RPMs being low, and they did something to it.
And it looks like Ariel did get Dobbs right there on
Okay.
that lap.
Yes, she did. And there's Bruce Davidson making his way around. And Peanut Vulture's running in that number 7 spot. I think he's only 13 years old.
He's tiny. I passed earlier, and his helmet was almost on the steering wheel. He's that small.
He's getting a lot taller, though. I stood next to him earlier on at the driver's meeting. I'm like, he's getting close to my height. There's some more smoke coming out of. Is that Van Beekum still?
That is Ryder.
Yeah, it is. So
Chapman. He's caught up to.
I said Van Beekum. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
he's caught up to Hank. Hank's going to take that inside line.
All right, Nathan Parker, checkered flag is out. He 3-wheels it around that turn. Chase Dutton in that number 2 spot. Let's see. And Hank Hall coming in at number 3. Ryder Chapman in that 4th position again, still having some of that, looks like blue smoke coming out. Ariel Byarski, Dobbs, and then we'll have Bruce Davidson. I'm going to go over. I'm going to steal your microphone. I'm going to go aside. Or you want to go interview?
No, I'm good.
All right, I'm going to go out there and get some interviews.
That's pushing over my limit.
All right. All right, Nathan Parker, here you are out here in this number 1 spot. Yesterday you ran a 1:02. Can't remember your exact time, but you just beat your qualifying time from yesterday. You were out there, you were on it. How was that track coming to you towards the end of the race?
The track was good. No, I was a little worried. They watered it a few races before us. I thought it was going to be slick, but really the track was really good. It was coming in nice. Hopefully I think it's going to be just as good for our pro side-by-side race later on, but yeah, I just tried to run a few different lines and seen what was the fastest out there and with the change in track, and I think I found some good lines for the race later on today and just try to keep my laps consistent and my lines consistent, and yeah, we had a good race.
Well, it was a great race. I mean, you took the green flag and you never looked back. You took the checkered flag in that number 1 spot. Congratulations. You got one more race to go, so good luck.
Thank you, Miss Pam.
All right, that is Nathan Parker in that number 1 spot. Moving on over here to Mr. Dutton. So, Chase, here you are in the number 2 spot. That was quite the race. I mean, you were battling it out. You were working for it.
Yeah, that was a tough one, but we were trying our best to catch him, but we just didn't have enough that round.
Yeah, but it was a great race. It was a clean race. Your car still looks good. You had fun. You got a great smile. And, yeah, we'll see you again.
Thank you. I just want to thank my sponsors, Extreme Propulsion, all my family and friends, and my beautiful wife for coming out, and the good Lord for keeping me safe.
All right, and there we have it. Our number 2 spot, Chase Dutton. Moving on over here to our number 3 spot, Mr. Hank Hall in the number 3 spot. That race, you were battling it out there. It was not easy.
Yeah, I was just trying to hold my position, play defense for 3rd place, and then finish strong and save the car for the next race.
Yeah, I mean, right now you're running 3rd in points for this race, and you finished strong on this one. Now, next race, you're running 2nd in points, so you saved the car. The car had a little more power today compared to yesterday, didn't it?
Oh, yeah, we fixed some that were going wrong. We were down on RPMs, but it's going good now.
Awesome. All right, well, in that number 3 spot, Hank Hall got one more race into the pro side-by-side class, but there you have it for our 1, 2, and 3, Nathan Parker, Chase Dutton, and Hank Hall. And we're moving on over into our next kids class. This will be our Youth Open 250. We have quite a lineup for these kiddos. All right. Yes, that mic is still hot there, Mr. Truitt.
That's why I didn't say nothing when you handed it to me.
You know, I have a bad habit of not turning the mic off because I'm like, let's just go back live. But, yeah, there we had it from our top 3 racers, and I believe all 3 of them are racing again later on.
Pretty clean race.
It was very clean. I was looking at Chase's car just now, and I was chatting with him. Man, his car's super clean. Like, not clean as in muddy, but it was is that a new car for him?
Couldn't tell you.
I'm not sure, but he starts 2nd place later on in the pro class. So all 3 of them that got 1, 2, and 3.
They all gonna race again.
Yeah, Nathan Parker has the pole for later on, and Chase got 2nd. Hank Hall was 4th, but we'll see. But right now, we're moving on in.
Throwing some water down.
Yeah, it's perfect timing for these kids, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
we have our
2-wheel drive, mod kids.
I'm wondering how many laps they're going to go. We need to find that
Too
out.
many?
Well, no, it's all about seat time and racing. But I know yesterday they gave them an extra lap in qualifying, so because they're faster. These kids are faster than the stock class earlier.
It's a lot faster car.
Yes, so
it's a whole lot more car.
A whole lot more cars. So we
5 of them?
6 of them. So we have Hudson Knight. And Hudson Knight took the pole earlier on. He won his race. He was on pole position. He has the pole here for the Youth Open with a 1:13.501 time. 2nd position, Lincoln Phelps. 3rd, Bo McElwaney. 3:27 in that 4th position of Philip Wapple. 5th is the 5:01 of Zoe Kinlaw, and then the Youth 1000, or I say Youth 1000, the number 1000, Tristan Fulcher, who entered this morning.
1,000.
I don't see. Oh, he's behind the truck right here. So T.T. Fulcher The ninja.
Uh-oh.
He's a ninja.
I'm not going to ask why.
You can ask him. He'll tell you.
Oh. Well, I have him tell
Have you ever talked to TT?
I have not.
He is a character.
Ain't nothing wrong with a character. Everybody needs some character out there.
Those
He just
Fulcher
did another
boys.
flip.
Yes, he did, making the people at home dizzy. No, the Fulcher boys they've been in my Ultra 4 world. That's how I met those kids. But those kids also race. Okay, so Nathan Parker. The
right?
mud racing, the
Yeah.
quads and the UTVs with the big, gigantic tires.
I don't remember what year it was, but I went to a Mud Nationals, and I think I saw him, and he was about the size of the tire on the four-wheeler, and he was wheeling that thing.
Which one?
I think it was Nathan.
Nathan, yeah, Nathan.
It was, I couldn't have done it because I didn't want to. I didn't want to be in that mud, but he was nowhere close to the size to move anything on that four-wheeler.
Yeah.
He just rode it. He rode the heck out of it.
I have video of him from when I first really met them when we were in Oklahoma and we did the mud racing there. Mud, I can't remember what it was called, but yeah, tiny at that point. And then
Itty bitty.
Itty bitty. I mean, look at Peanut though and TT. They're the same thing, but
Well,
amazing.
So watching some of that mud racing stuff, you know, a lot of those guys, they like to lean on the four-wheeler, control it when it goes through the mud. And then you had Nathan show up out there, and he's the size of the seat on the four-wheeler. He ain't moving the thing at all.
Yep.
But he's going just as fast as them. I think it's because he's a little bit more wild than the rest of them.
He just, sometimes you just don't have any fear.
Now, the worst part is if he did, unfortunately, fall off four-wheeler, he ain't touching the bottom.
No.
He was small.
Yeah, that's why they always have so many people on the sidelines of those.
A lot of people.
I've worked those mud races before, and it's a blast. Like,
they're an interesting event.
it's like drag racing through mud pits.
That's exactly. And they put like little jumps there and like hit that.
Yeah.
Okay, but like you're gonna land in mud when you hit that. Then you're gonna hit another one after that, and it's more mud.
And you have to pop up out at the end.
Yeah.
For the timing loop.
And the
No.
four-wheeler's got like 1,000 horsepower. Figure it out. It's going to ride a wheelie on you.
They do have some major horsepower on them, that is for sure. So I heard them turn their engines off here behind us. I think they're just finishing up, letting the water maybe soak in just a little bit more. I'm not sure.
We unfortunately do not have time to do that.
Well, we have how many races left to go today?
This would be race, I want to say 6. So we should have 5 more.
We have 5 more races to go, counting the one that's getting ready to go out on the track. So 5 races, that's not bad. We're moving. I shouldn't say it though. I'm not gonna.
Nope.
I'm not gonna jinx this.
Knock it off right there.
Yes, thank you. Knock on wood. But yeah, they know they were just watering, so maybe they're just letting it soak in just a minute. You know what, we are going to actually go to a break here for just a few moments. So you guys that are tuning in, thank you so much for following along with us here at Durhamtown for the round 4 of the side-by-side. I got Mr. Colin Truitt. I think he's going to stay in with me for this next race as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll be.
I'm a little tired, so I'm not higher energy like some people would expect me right now, but I'll be here.
You're in the shade right now.
I'm about to fall asleep. Is what I'm about to do.
All right, so we'll be back after this. All right, we are back live racing here. As soon as they take that green flag, we are here for our Youth 250 Open class, and we have 6 cars in it.
Oh.
Ready? You
Yeah.
ready, Colin?
I'm ready to see these things go. They go as fast as an XP 1000 every now and then. These things fly.
These
And
guys are fast.
They are off.
There we go. We do have Hudson Knight already off the line, taking the whole shot there on the back straightaway.
Oh, hold on, let me get this. We're going racing, folks. Y'all ready to see some racing? I'm trying to get a little higher energy.
Let's see. That crowd. We're on the crowd right now.
Oh, Lordy.
All right, so there we go. Hudson Knight in that one spot. Looks like that is going to be
a green car. Oh, one
Well-
spun around.
Well, we have 2 green cages. Oh,
recovered
that's
it.
Phelps.
Looks like third place spun around, recovered, and they should be back on the track.
That number 3, that one that spun around, if the green cage, that will be our TT Fulcher. He's the other green cage.
Well, they looped her out, but I think they brought her back.
Yeah, he's already raced once today as well. So
A little bit wet out there, pushed her through that one.
Did you see that just now? Hudson Knight let up a lot in that turn.
Looks like he had a pretty rough
It's slippery.
push. Yeah, it's a little bit wet out there right now. That corner up there at the top of the ski jump, it usually stays in the shade and it keeps its moisture in it.
Oh, well, that's good. I've never, I mean, I've only been on the track one time when I raced the first time we did women's out here, the women's class. But that's the only time I've been on the actual course. But there we still have Mr. Hudson Knight in that number 1 spot, Lincoln Phelps in that number 2 spot, and I believe that is Bo McElwaney, yes, in that number 3 spot. We'll see here in just a moment who's coming in. So, right, so TT Fulcher coming through in number 4.
Moved it out, but back going.
Zoe Kinlaw in the number 501 in that 5th spot.
They do not like the water right there.
No, Philip Walpole right there, the number 327, going up, like you just said, the water, but right there is right by our stands.
That's
We
right
try
there
to
at the finish line, yeah.
Yeah, we try to keep it because you guys in the pro classes, man, you guys throw up the biggest dust clouds.
We like to throw dirt on the crowd. You got that big old bank turn, you're going to use it.
Everybody leaves here with a red dirt coating on them when you're setting there.
You don't come to Durhamtown without just being red at the end of it. It's the part of the experience.
Yes.
I wouldn't say it's a great experience, but it's part of it.
Well, I mean, you guys have the red mud, red clay, and we get the red dust on us. So, but that is Bo McElwaney right there making his way up towards the Talladega turn.
You don't realize how nasty you are until you take a shower and you look down at the water and it's red.
Yeah, I saw that last night when I was rinsing off myself. Being down there and staging with you guys yesterday was dusty.
Put a layer on dusty.
Yeah. All right, so let's see who do we got here? Is Hudson Knight still out in front? I believe he is.
Yep, there he come through to check the flag.
So there's quite a space between all of the kids right now. They're pretty well spaced apart. Lincoln Phelps in that number 2 spot. See, a 1:13.501 was a qualifying time yesterday.
That track was a whole lot better for him to qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, this fresh water down right now.
The water makes it a little bit more tough for them, which is not bad. They need all track conditions. You ain't gonna learn unless you race track conditions.
Right.
So, I don't want to say it's good for them because racing in the water kind of sucks, but it's better than dust.
But you did just say it like
it's good.
All track conditions.
Because they're. I know they ain't gonna like it, but they're gonna have to race in more water.
Yeah.
I don't like racing in the water, but sometimes I ain't got a choice.
Well, every single race, there's been water somewhere on the track.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that is staying on top of the track. And you're not going to water the whole entire track, so the whole thing is just a big slip and slide.
Yep, just pushed real bad right there on the top of ski jump again.
Yeah,
looks like there's pretty good moisture on the inside.
That is Hudson Knight, who again won his class earlier on today. So he's in the Youth Open right now. Let's see. Points leader in the Youth Open class is Lincoln Phelps, and Hudson Knight's in second with only a 9-point difference between first and second points-wise. But right now, in that number 1 spot, again, Hudson Knight.
Be like one more lap until the halfway point?
I think so. I'm not exactly sure how many laps they're doing.
Well, that was their 3rd lap. I'm pretty positive.
I know they did 8 laps earlier, the kids did.
Okay, so that's 3rd lap, so this next lap will be the comp caution to bring them all back together. A little bitty.
I hear people in the background, but it might just be the spotters.
Parents are just excited in this class.
I have to say, there's a joke
No.
in one of it's not a real joke, but within a series, the kids classes, it's funny because when you're in the spotter stand, it's like you want to count how many times you hear the parents say, go, 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 right? Because you're teaching the kids.
Take a shot.
And I'm not making
Absolutely
fun of
not.
it because I used to be that parent when Hank was racing 170s. I mean, it's just what it is. You're trying to tell
the
them to
parents
go.
are very excited up there.
Well, they're biggest cheerleaders. All right, so the competition yellow is out or mandatory caution. Oh, we're hearing some noises. Oh, Bo McElwaney over here spun out off the camera as we're watching a few of the kids. I believe that is the 32. Actually, let's see here who we're actually watching here. All right, again, Hudson Knight in that number 1 spot. Lincoln Phelps in second. Bo McElwaney third. TT Fulcher in 4th position. Zoe Kinlaw, which that's who we're watching right now, the 501, a little slip and slide up there at the top. And Philip Walpole, the number 327, as we're following them along. They have two more turns to go before the finish line, and then we will be going into the competition yellow. As we're watching them right now make that left-hand turn up by the stands over the timing loop, and you can see it's a little bit slippery there as well. So Zoe Kinlaw in that 5th position, Philip in the number 6 position. All right, you can see Mr. Boodle right there, making sure everybody's all lined up properly, make sure the course is clear behind him. Looks like we have Fulcher off to the side over here, not sure what's going on. We got TT Fulcher, his dad Brian sitting there, making sure something was all. I don't think they had radio communication is what it was, because he was messing with his radio.
He's got a quick pace back, so
yeah,
it's all figured out. They're back going racing. I had to stand up, folks. I was getting a little bit sleepy right there.
You need some caffeinated something?
Absolutely not. I'm raw energy.
I had my one cup of coffee this morning.
Yeah, all right, fair enough. Hey, we're going.
All right, green
Holy
flag. Look at that.
crap.
TT making his way through.
What a jump.
Talk about threading the needle.
Split them. Back going again.
All right, you can see right there. You got Hudson Knight in that number 1 spot. Lincoln Phelps second, and TT Fulcher already up into that number 3 spot. He legit threaded the needle and got there.
I think Fulcher liked some starts because he was up pretty far in the beginning of the last start. So
yeah,
he must like them starts real good, and he's made himself into 3rd at this point.
Again, comes from the mud world. It's all about gas right at the beginning. You know, you push it down and go.
We ain't gonna go fast if you don't hit it.
No, exactly. So Bo McElwaney in that number 4 position back there. There he is coming into the frame there.
These wet track conditions are really making them work on throttle control too.
True. That is true.
Because if they try to just go through wide open, they're gonna do nothing but loop it. So
exactly. You know, and honestly, talking about that too, you know this very well. I mean, it's all about tire pressures too whenever it's a wet track.
Tire pressure is a big game, yeah.
Yep.
The couple of the series that we race, you know, you go through tech and you have no choice after tech. You're done. You can't touch the car. So
yeah,
it's a game at that point.
Yeah, you gotta love it. I mean, it's all about that.
It's part of the game. Part of the fun of it, I'd say.
Keep him honest, I guess, right? All right, as we're watching Bo McElwaney just now make his way through. I see some people moving quickly.
I think somebody went off the side of the track. Was it? All right, there's a lot of people moving that way. So I think somebody went off the side. I see tires. It's one of the green ones. I see one tire sticking up
Okay,
right there.
so the way Mr. Fulcher's running, that is his son. So that's TT.
Yep. Missed that one off the side.
So TT Fulcher, our safety crew.
I do have the replay. He went off track. I'll probably wait to see if he's okay before I replay it.
Fair enough.
Yep, so they're going to get him pulled back over here in just a minute. They just, safety crew is all about safety crew getting there, making sure everybody's all okay.
Safety crew reacts real fast when it's a kid.
Yes. All right, we got a thumbs up there from Mr. Matt Wilson. Thank you so much, Matt. So all good. All good. So more than likely, if he gets flipped back over and he's okay, he can still go, right?
If the car's okay, yeah, I would assume he would just get back going, unless he just doesn't want to.
All right, so we actually have a replay, Colin. You were asking for it, and guess what? We have it. So here is what happened here. And that is Mr. Fulcher right there. Oh, so he landed, and
It just grabbed and went to the right. And
that's interesting. Had to be some kind of steering issue.
it looks like his tires got a lot of grip and shot him to the right, and he just...
Because was that in slow motion?
Like 75%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
it would look like a pretty easy rollover. So it shouldn't be no huge damage. You might be able to rejoin. I'm not sure on these cars, though. I'm not sure what they're made out of. They may be made out of plastic and hopes and dreams. So.
Well, I know that Fulcher he's one of those that will do the best of the best that he can get. So those kids, if I remember, I believe they're Car 1 cars. I know he had those cars at one point.
I would say so. He built a lot of those 170 250s. He built a lot of them.
All right, side note really quick. Do you guys feel the cool breeze? Yeah, I'm like, wherever that's coming from, it feels like an air conditioner came on.
It's like they got him back.
Yeah, he's
somewhat rolled. He's rolled over. It looks like a pretty difficult spot, so they're having troubles getting him set up straight.
Well, and with that too, Colin, I mean, around this track, there's some ditches, there's some water
There's some
areas.
drop-offs, yeah.
Yeah, there's some drop-offs, so you get down in there, and
They've
we've
done
seen people flip into the ditches and the waters.
I raced here a couple years ago, and they've done a really good job of making it safer and safer pretty much every year. They had the trees real close to the track one time, and I unfortunately went flipping through the air and hit a tree.
So one of these guys
they cut down the trees after that.
Oh, it looks like Boodle's got his winch hooked up to him. Okay.
Yeah, pull him out of the hole.
Well, he's got some mud, but look, he's steering. If he's good, I mean, I know that kid. That kid's, if he's good, he's going to keep going.
Well, he's going to like this restart again.
He's going to be really slippery if he doesn't get that mud off his tires, though. And he will be starting from the back because he did cause the caution flag.
Correct. I never got to race these things.
You never did the 170s?
No, I jumped straight into a 570, 800.
Yeah, they're fun. They're fun. It's the future of our sport. I mean, you got to start out somewhere. It's our little peewees.
I'm glad Polaris makes something for the kids.
Yes.
Get them all involved, the whole family, by golly.
All right, so get a close-up here. The back side of the car looks pretty clean because he flopped obviously over there on the driver's side, but you can see that's Dad Brian right there making sure he is all good. I know Mom's up here in the crowd, and she is more than likely just making sure.
Big old chug of water. He did run pretty fast.
He did.
A little bit of mud on. Oh, yep. Seems like there was some mud off in that hole.
Brian in his white shoes.
I'll tell you one thing. He ain't scared of mud.
Yeah, he's up to his knees almost in mud.
Looks like they're cleaning off his visor, see if they can get him back out there. He's probably got some mud on him. It looked pretty wet from what I can tell. That's no, that's fogged up.
Well, heavy breathing.
Heavy breathing, not moving, no air.
Sweat.
Yeah.
All
It's
right.
fogged up. As soon as he gets moving, it should clear that visor right up.
And he was pretty muddy when he came in the last race. He was in, I think, second place the last race, and he was pretty muddy just from being in second place.
They're going to let him run the whole track. Get a little sight lap in for him. No big deal.
Get the mud off the tires.
Clean the car off. Try it and see how you like it.
See, there's one of the water spots we were talking about that's in one of the sides.
That'll turn into grip when the water starts getting into the surface a little bit more, and those cars will be turning when they don't want them to.
Very, very true. All right, so he's going to join back up over here, and again, he will start in the rear, but it's awesome that he is all good. It looked like it wasn't a super fast roll. It was a flop, so onto the side.
It's good. Let's give time for the safety guys to get back into position as well. Get all their rigs set back up. Everybody jump out with their yellow vests and their yellow flags and get all back going again.
Brian needs to catch his breath over there so he can spot some more.
He ain't getting that mud off him.
No, definitely not.
I don't even know if he knows it on him.
Oh, he knows. He knows. All right, so there is TT making his way around. I wonder what caused that. That was so strange.
It looked like he left the ground enough to get the car slightly upset, and when it landed, it shot him right, and he just did not correct, unfortunately.
Something. Maybe he couldn't see. I don't know.
It's possible, because, I mean, his visor was pretty fogged up.
All right, so here we go. Okay, so there we have it. They'll do a single file restart because it was a caution as well. So they do single file restarting.
On a regular caution, yeah.
On a regular caution, correct.
Which
Thank
is
you.
just a four-course. So
Yes.
it's always a four-course caution. They don't do any locals. Too much work to try and do local. Locals get a little sketchy sometimes.
Yeah, when Jeb was in here earlier, we were talking about that, and it's like, you know, everybody's volunteering around here, so we have people all over the course, but to do a local, we'd have to have somebody in every single section of it.
Yeah,
we don't have that.
Locals they can get dangerous because you got somebody on track, you got a broken car, and then you got racers trying to race around you. And it gets a little sketchy. Hudson will take them off now. He's going. Fulcher got another good start.
Yeah, look, it didn't even phase him.
Nope, right back going again. He's got to get going so he can clear that visor up.
He's already back in screen here, so already up in that number 4 spot. So Hudson Knight, Lincoln Phelps, Bo McElwaney, and TT Fulcher right there, already up in that number 4 spot. We have Zoe Kinlaw and Philippa Walpole also as well. So Philip started in front of TT.
Yeah, Fulcher got another good start on the restart there,
yeah, he did a great job.
Another good jump.
Again, I mean, these kids, they have a lot of seat time. All these kids that are out there on course right now have so much seat time for being so young.
Which if I'm not mistaken, the start of the race, when the leader takes off, the race is going. So if you are in the back of the pack, and as soon as the leader takes off, you can go.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
That's my understanding. Is once the leader goes, just green flag.
The track's open, yeah.
Yep.
Unfortunately, some of the people in front of you may not see it, so you might be able to get some. If you pull out, you might be able to get a pass or two.
That's where the spotters come in handy to make sure that they know what's going on and they're watching it. That's where the goes come in play. All right, so Hudson Knight still out in the lead. Oh, we have Fulcher is off the side, unfortunately.
Looks like he
Yeah, Dad's over here going, oh, man.
might have had a chain.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately those chains do pop off, and that could be a.
Especially with these 200s, 250s, whatever they are. That's a whole lot of car for these things. From what I understand, some of these are basically just ticking time bombs.
This is basically, this is like an unlimited class, an open class for these 170. Some of them have a 250, but.
That's a lot of motor for these little things, little chain.
Yes.
Tiny little A-arms. But they make them work. They fly with them.
All right, I'm not sure. I think.
I am sweating up a storm.
Here.
No, I'm fine. I got a race suit on, so I ain't going to.
The air conditioning turned off. I don't feel it anymore. But here we have Hudson Knight still out in the lead in that number 1 spot.
Taking his time. A little bit of dust right there on the inside of that line.
I mean, he's got such a lead right here, and there's not very many. The white flag should be out. There we go. There's the white flag out right now.
They heard you.
So white flag out for our leaders, or all of our racers, I should say. So as long as Hudson Knight can hold on to it, he's already won once today. Knock on wood, he makes it all the way around and get the checkered flag once again.
Keep it cool and bring it in.
Exactly.
When you got a lead, you work a lead up like that, you can really take it easy on that final lap. Just take a celebratory lap.
Exactly.
Don't take too much of a break. I've seen some people celebrate a little too much on the final lap.
We were talking about that earlier. I can't remember which race it was, but we're like, you ease up just a little bit, but then again, it's like if you ease up, you make a mistake, and then now you don't have that big of a gap left anymore.
undid my Velcro.
But there we have Hudson Knight still out in front with a 1:19.517 is his last lap time. His fastest lap for qualifying yesterday was a 1:13.501. I don't think he's actually hit that today, but being out front is all that he cares about right now.
Sometimes you ain't gonna hit the lap times when the track's got a little bit moisture in it.
Yep, exactly.
But it don't matter at the end of the day as long as you come across the line first, right?
Yeah. It has been one of those fun things.
Hudson Knight, take first. Number 1.
All right.
He was number 1. Got to get Pam, give her a microphone, go over there and talk to some kids.
Talk to some kids, and you're going to be going and getting ready pretty soon, aren't you?
Yeah.
Who do we got next? We got the
Youth 1K?
We do have the Youth 1K.
All right, I'm after Youth 1K, so.
All right, I'm going to go take your microphone. Are you staying in with me, or are you going to go get ready?
I'm probably going to go get ready.
All right, well, thank you so much, Colin Truitt, for being here in the booth with me, calling these races. Good luck in yours.
Thank you. I'm going to do my best. Make sure you watch. I'm going to see if I can give Jeb Boot a little bit of hard work. I don't like him to go out there and look like he's bored, so I don't want to go out there and be bored either. Me and him are going to have fun. So.
All right, well, have fun.
All right.
Oh, goodness mercy. Whoops.
Hudson Knight out here in the number 1 spot once again out here at Durhamtown. Another amazing smile on your face. How was that race for you compared to the last one?
The last one was a little better because this race was kind of wet up there. I kept almost spinning out and stuff. So, but they're both really good.
Well, I have to say this too, though. This car has a little bit more horsepower than the last one, so that could be a reason why you're spinning a little bit more too, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, good job out there. 2 first place today out here at Durhamtown for round 4. Congratulations. Now you get to watch your dad race, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, you have fun. You go watch your dad race, and we'll see you later on.
Thank you.
All right. Lincoln Phelps right here in the number 2 spot. Lincoln, look at that smile. Are you having fun?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a little bit of mud on you.
Yeah, I think I may have ate a few pieces. I don't know.
Well, you know what that's called? It's called minerals.
Yeah.
Did you have fun?
Yeah.
All right. Well, your dad's going to be racing here in a little bit too, right? Nope, he's not racing. I just saw him saying no.
Yeah, I know.
Well, it's all about you this weekend then. Did you, what was your favorite part about the race just now?
The finish line jump.
Yep, that's a good one. Well, congratulations, bud, out here in this number 2 spot, and we'll see you at the podiums later on.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and there we have it, Lincoln Phelps in that number 2 spot. I'm going to talk to TT really quick. TT, you definitely were on it. You had an amazing race going on, but you went off into the ditch. What happened there?
My steering wheel came off.
I was wondering what happened because it was weird because you came off the jump and then went off to the side. So, but you barely flipped, which was it was an easy flop.
Yeah, it was. And I came back, and then my belt broke.
Oh my goodness! So the belt. All right. Well, Dad, here you are. You got mud on your white shoes. Was that a good choice of color today?
Not for Georgia for sure.
Hey, I'm in the same boat, but no, I'm glad that he's okay. Who was supposed to make sure the steering wheel was on?
That would be me, but he put it on himself and said I'm good, so I know next time to check behind him.
He was trying to point at you. Oh, man. Did you have fun, though?
Yeah.
All right, well, good job out there. Sorry about the race. It didn't go 100% your way, but you're okay. That's all that matters. All right, see y'all later. Okay, we have our next class going. Get in here and get all switched out. This is our Youth 1000 class. All right, again, next up, we do have our Youth 1000 class. It's a Youth 1000/570. I don't think we actually have any 570s that are out there on course. Actually, I think we might have one here. All right, but in that number 1 spot, getting that pole position in qualifying yesterday, the number 402 of Hudson Knight with a 107.452. In the number 2 position, the number 115 of Eli Harris. In the number 3 position, the 538 of Briley Lutz. In the number 4 position, the 12 of Easton Burchett. In the number 5 position, the other number 12, Crosby Michaels. Number 6 position, the 027 of Luke Strickland. At 7th position, the 06 of Tillman Ewing. In the 8th position, the 327 of Philip Wapple. 9th position, the 44 of Mason Scott. In the number 10 position, the 418 of Aiden Newsom. 11th spot, the 16 of Carter Williams. 12th position, the 527 of Avery Davis. And in that number 13th spot, the number 110 of Braden New. So we should have 13 cars out on course this morning. Can see them all getting thumbs up from Mr. Jamie Ewing. He's making sure they're all lining up properly as they go through. Mr. Boodle, our pace car up there. He'll stop for just a second, make sure everybody's all good. This is our Youth 1000 class. This is the one we were talking about earlier on. That is just rapidly growing. We have the kids that are growing out of the Youth 170 classes, and they're moving their way up into the Youth 1000 class. So 13 kids out here racing. You got Eli Harris in that number 115 right there. He is on the left-hand side front row. He actually races in our woods race, or I say our woods race, but our endurance race that we do out here. For those of you at home that don't know this, we do our side-by-side racing here this morning, and then later on this evening we do a 2-hour endurance race. Usually the course is about 10 miles long for 2 hours, and it's pretty cool. I mean, they're racing through the woods. I've done some sight laps before out here when they're doing the sight lap for the race, because they let the racers all do a sight lap. I have to tell you, I'm not a woods racer. I wasn't even going that fast, but I don't think I would want to do that one. Give me the desert all day long. But these kids get out there, these adults get out there. But again, like he is saying, Eli Harris, he gets out there and races in the endurance race later on. I mean, he's out there actually racing against his dad. I don't know if they're both racing tonight, but yeah, they're usually racing against each other. But again, in that number 1 spot, Hudson Wilson in the number 402, getting lots of seat time. And the majority of these kids are in the RS1s, which is a great car for these kids to learn to drive in, being that 1,000cc vehicle. Lots of power for those kids. And the green flag has dropped, and it looks like we do have Hudson Wilson took that whole shot. As I say, a whole shot, but he got out front first off. Looks like Eli Harris is in that number 2 position. Making their way around. They have these, I think they're like 2 different style Talladega turns. So we have 2 of the big turns that they go up through. As we can see, somebody get a little bit sideways right there. As they're making their way down the ski jump, they have 2 more turns where they come over the start-finish line. And that's the ski jump that we keep talking about. They're getting a little bit of air, but you'll see later on the pro classes get some more. But that right there is Eli Harris that we were looking at. That was the 115 making his way through. So Eli Harris out in front. Not sure what happened with our race leader that started off in the number 1 spot of Hudson Wilson, but Eli Harris in that number 1 position. I believe that's Briley Lutz that is actually in number 2. right, as we're watching, there was Hudson Wilson. But Eli Harris out in that number 1 spot, making his way around. He'll be going through the left-hand turn before the ski jump. And Eli Harris in that chrome-wrapped RS1. Out in that number 1 spot as we're watching all the other racers make their way down the ski jump. You can see a battle going on a little bit right there. All right, the 5:27 right there of, actually a 3:27, excuse me. Oh no, that was the 5:27 of Avery Davis. As Hudson Wilson's already back up in that number 2 spot, but we're watching a 3-car battle there. There's a little bit of space between them. Ooh, see the kiddos all sliding their way through. So 5:20 right there is Avery Davis, followed behind the 44 of Mason Scott. And there's Eli Harris with Hudson Wilson trying to close in some ground. Briley Lutz in that number 3 spot, but there we have the number 12. We have 2 number 12s. I'm not sure if that one's Easton or if that one's Crosby. 5:27 and Avery Davis. And that is a great footage right there of them coming straight on towards us. Braden New we just saw there in the number 110. And there is the 06 of Tillman Ewing out there. He started his career off in the 170s as well, moving up into the RS1s, into the Youth 1000 class. All right, and that was Hudson Wilson passing by as well. He's running in that number 2 spot. We have somebody like off to the side here. I believe that is Tillman. Oh no, that is you're right, that is our race leader, the number 115 of Eli Harris. Unfortunate, he is off. It's right here in front of us, off to the side. Not sure what is going on there. That's a bummer. That will put Hudson Wilson back up in the number 1 spot here, but we are going to competition yellow as they have a toe strap out for Eli Harris. Oh, and we have somebody on their side. Is that the 402? That is Hudson Knight, or Hudson Wilson. I'm sorry about that. Hudson Wilson on his side. That's his dad, Matt, right there. Hopefully Matt can give us a thumbs up and let us know he's all good. I'm sure he is, because he would already have been inside that car with his kid. All right. So that is up there by the Talladega turn. You can see with safety crew will be coming around to get him flipped back over. And it's on the high side, so they're going to want to actually hook him up and pull him over. All right, so we got our safety cruiser there, but they're going to get 4 guys on that car. They're pushing it uphill right now is what they're doing. But all that matters, let's see, Hudson's fine. Or like again, they wouldn't have done what they did. Dad making sure he's all okay. Again, not sure what happened here with Mr. Harris, but in reality, he would be a lap down right now. I think he would be a lap down. Yes, he'd be a lap down. Well, so, okay, I guess we are back green flag racing. So all the caution, oh no, we still have the yellow out. As that is Hudson right there on his wheel side down now. All right, so again, we have the yellow flag out. They got Hudson Wilson back on his rubber side down, but we are going to, I believe this is going to be our competition yellow as well. As I see Boodle over there waiting for the vehicles to come around for their re-rack. Looks like they're just making sure all is good with Hudson. So that's what happens. Racing happens. That's what we call it when things like that happen. But it looks like it was a thumbs up, possibly. Well, his helmet's off, so that he is not going to be moving again. So let's get him off of course. Oh yeah, and the roof. He rolled earlier too, and that roof. He's definitely going to need a new roof line. All right, while we're getting the course all cleared and everything, we are going to go on a quick break. So we'll be back here in just a few minutes. All right, everybody, we're just getting the lineup back together. We are still live racing. We have a few more races to go, but we'll be back here in just a second. As soon as we get this lineup all set, we'll be going green. Thank you so much for staying tuned in, watching all of our racers today. We have 3 more races after this. Right now, again, we are on our youth 1,570 class. We've had a couple little mechanicals. We've had a rollover. We've had some things happen out on course, so our safety crew is just making sure everything is all good. Our race that will be up next will be our Pro NA class. Then we'll have our Pro Turbo class, and then our women's class will be our last race of the day. And here we are. It looks like we are moving right along here. Have the lineup set up. They'll get over here. Looks like this is also going to be our competition yellow as well, because we do have Briley Lutz is lined up in that number 1 spot, Delaware style start. And I apologize, I think it's Briley Lutz. I apologize. I always forget how to say her last name, and I know Mom tells me, and I always mess it up. But here we are live racing here in just a minute. You got Boodle taking these guys and gals around to our starting cones, with Briley in the number 1 spot, leading the pack around. So within that last lap, we had our race leader spin, then we had our next race leader have a mechanical, and then when our race leader took back over the number 402, he ended up rolling. So that was quite a very eventful lap that we just had on our last lap, as Briley is out in that number 1 spot. Avery Davis was starting in the number 2 spot, number 12 of Crosby Michaels in 3rd. Right now, that is Tillman Ewing right there in the bright yellow and orange RS1. Tillman is one of those that will be in your pits helping you out if you need help. He's helping out the track crew. He does a lot of stuff outside of racing. He's very helpful, as we are watching him right there pass us by. All right, so Briley Lutz in the number 1 spot, or Lutz, the 12 of Crosby Michaels. That is Mr. Eli Harris right there in the 115. So Eli Harris up now in the number 2 spot. All right, so 538 at Briley, number 1. Eli Harris, number 115 in 2nd. Crosby Michaels in the number 12 in 3rd position. Avery Davis, 527, running 4th. Braden New in 5th. Mason Scott 6th. Tillman Ewing in that 7th position. Philip Wapple in 8th. Aiden Newsom in 9th. Hudson Wilson is not on the track currently. Had that rollover, must have ended up having some mechanical issues after that. He has had 2 rolls today, as we're seeing a little bit of tire touching right there between our number 1 of Briley and the number 538 and Eli Harris in the number 115 running 2nd position. And look at that, it looks like he had a tie rod probably break. Eli Harris off in the corner over there. When he touched tires with Briley, that must be what happened. You could see his car was towing in, so that is definitely not what you want to see out here. So that should put Crosby Michaels in that number 2 spot. We will see here in just a minute. We have some entertainment on the race course and off the race course. Our drone went into a tree. but he did get his drone out. So good job on our drone pilot there. And we are at another caution here. Let's see what happened.
I think it was the Eli Harris still. Ethan, can you see the shot of the car that is off the side?
All right, so we are on a caution getting Eli Harris off of the race course. If you look at the front of his tires are going towed in.
Jeff, I cannot believe it.
That is not what you want to see. So Everett is, Mr. Boodle's letting him know we're going to get you off of the course as much as possible here. Because he is going to definitely have to get dragged since he has no steering, obviously. Definitely towed in. Oh, look at that. Just enough to get him moving a little bit better. That's a bummer for him. He was having some issues earlier on yesterday, I think it was, and the day before he actually ended up having an issue with his engine. Worked super hard to get his engine back together. Again, he was running a great race out in that lead spot. As there we have Briley Lutz in the number 538 in our number 1 spot, the 12 of Crosby Michaels in the 527 in that 3 spot of Avery Davis, Braden New in the number 110 in that 4th position, Mason Scott in the number 44 in 5th, Tillman Ewing in that number 6 position in the 06. We have Philip Wapple in that number 7 position, the 327. And we should have Aiden Newsom as well in the 418 back there. And then we just saw Eli Harris getting towed off the track. And then Hudson Wilson in that number 10 spot. We saw him earlier on also with his tumble. That was his 2nd tumble of the day. His car obviously was not going to make it through for the finish of this race. But there you have our future of the sport lineup right there. That right there, the 110 again of New, 44 of Scott, the 06 of Ewing, 327 of Wapple, and then the last spot there, the 418 of Aiden Newsom. Lots of cautions in this race here. They have, I believe the white flag is coming out this next lap as well, I think. They might be doing 10. I'm not 100%. If they are, then they have a couple more laps before that white flag. As Boodle, our pace car and race director, getting out in front to pace the cars around. And here we go. Making their way up across the timing loop. Boodle is taking the kiddos around, as I call them kiddos, because this is our youth class. As Briley out in that number 1 spot. Let's see if she can hold it all the way to the finish. Briley also races in our women's class. Oh, and a little bit of contact right there in the air. That gets a little sketchy. That was Braden New and Avery Davis. But they're all good. That's all that matters right now. But touching in the air, open wheel racing in the air at all is not fun, but open wheel is definitely sketchy. Again, thank you to everybody that is tuning in and watching the races out here at Durhamtown, here in Union Point, Georgia, for our round 4 of the Durhamtown side-by-side race series. And there we got quite the battle right there. That is, I think that's a 418 of Aiden Newsom. Oh, we got 4 cars right there going through. 418, 527, so that's Aiden Newsom, Avery Davis, Tillman Ewing. And didn't quite make out the other car, 527. Oh, the 327, that is Philip Wapple. As Briley Lutz out in front. The white flag now should be coming out this next lap around, I believe. 527, and looks like slowing down just a little bit. Or it could have been the 327. I got to make out those numbers. Briley making her way around. The white flag is out. 1 lap to go. Can she hold on to that lead? Crosby Michaels in that number 2 spot. Braden New in 3rd. Tillman Ewing in that number 5 spot. Aiden Newsom right there in the number 418. As we are making our last lap around out here for round 4 for our youth 1000 and 570 class. And that we are watching the number 12. That is Crosby Michaels right there. Getting ready to jump off the ski jump as we're watching Crosby Michaels in that number 2 spot. As that is Briley Lutz right there, making her way up, getting that checkered flag. She has 1 more race to go today, which will be the last race of the day, but Briley making her way through with the checkers. Let's switch over microphones, get on out there and start getting some interviews with these kids. All right, I am here with Briley Lutz in the number 1 spot for our Youth 1000. She's trying to get her helmet off here, so you have just a second to do that. But Briley Lutz out in the front. Again, she has 1 more race today. Awesome seeing a female out here in that number 1 spot. These kids are super excited. I can hear the dads back here cheering. But Briley, you are in that number 1 spot right now. How are you feeling?
I feel amazing.
I mean, you did a great job out there. It was not an easy race for you at all.
No, it was definitely a little bit challenging at some places, but I just kept the skinny pedal down and kept going.
Yep, I mean, you got your momentum going for the day. You got the women's class here in just a little bit. I mean, hopefully we see you back on top of the box, but are you ready for that one?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, well, congratulations on the number 1 spot out here for the Youth 1000 class. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, that is Briley Lutz right there. Now we're moving on over here to the number 12. All right, we have Crosby Michaels in the number 12 here. Crosby, you're up here in the number 2 spot. What a race. How are you feeling right now?
Good.
Good. I mean, you were out there. I mean, it was a battle. I mean, you guys kept going, battling it out, and here you are, top or second on the box here. So what was your favorite part about this Youth 1000 class race today?
The straightaway.
The straighters are always fun, but Crosby, congratulations on that number 2 spot. We'll see you on the podiums later on. Now you get to finish out your day watching the races, don't you?
Thank you.
Yeah, all right, now we have the number 2, Crosby Michaels here. Now we're moving on over here to Mason Scott. Mason Scott in the number 44. Mason, you got a smile on your face. Did you have fun?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, that was a muddy race for you, but a fun race, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so in the number 3 spot, I mean, you guys were battling it out. You learned to drive in slippery mud and dust today, didn't you?
Yeah.
All right, what was your favorite part about the course?
I don't know.
All of it?
I don't know.
Getting to the finish line?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations.
Not crashing.
Exactly. There were a few of those in this race, but here you are, though, number 3. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, and there we have it for Mason Scott in that number 3 spot. I love the excitement on the dads' faces, the parents' faces when their kids are doing so awesome, having a blast.
Like the one that's about to go out, and then 2 more.
All right, so we have a few more races to go. Right now, what we have going out, this is our Pro NA class. So we have our Pro NA class, and we'll have our Pro Turbo, and then we'll have our women's class, and that's going to conclude our racing out here for round 4 of the side-by-side series. But what a race our Youth 1000 just put on. Briley Lutz, amazing job out there getting that win. She'll be out in our last race of the day if you want to watch and stay tuned and cheer her on once again. But right now, getting ready to go on course, our Pro NA in the number 1 spot, Jeb Boodle in the number 41 with his fastest qualifying time of a 1:04.338. Colin Truitt in the number 17 in that number 2 spot with a 1:04.855. In that number 3 position, the 1:11 of Tristan Snell in the 1:05.298. In the number 4 position, Sister Santana Snell in the number 112 at a 1:07.038. And once again, we have Joanna Gonzalez in the number 05. She is out here racing in the number 5 spot. She'll have one more race to go later on in the women's class as well. She qualified yesterday for the Pro NA with a 1:10.535. As you're watching our pace car take our drivers around, we've had Jeb and Colin both in here. They also race against each other at other series, at Champ as well. So we got competitors on the track here, competitors at other racing series, but both of them huge helps to other racing teams as well, as Jeb instantly jumps out front with Colin Truitt right there on his tail. And Tristan Snell and Santana's cars look, oh, bad break already. Looks like we have Colin Truitt, I think, is the one that's on the side there. Yep, so Jeb Boodle, so not sure what happened to Colin. He pulled off pretty much instantaneously, unless that was him at the very, very back. He got back on course. Okay, so not sure what happened. He could have done a limp mode of some sort. He had an amazing start, but he'll get a second run at it whenever we do our competition yellow. As Jeb Boodle out in front, and that is Tristan Snell in the number 111 in second position. His sister Santana in the 112 running in that number 3 spot with Joanna Gonzalez in 4th. Jeb Boodle making his way around for lap number 1. A consistent gap between our top 3 cars right now, as Colin Truitt moving right along, trying to close that gap with Joanna Gonzalez. And we're sitting here, and that is right now, there's Joanna Gonzalez and Colin Truitt. So we have 5 cars out on course with Jeb Boodle out in that number 1 spot. We'll get to see what his lap times will be, because I, again, like to compare those with their qualifying times. It kind of shows you the difference of the track and driving styles, as Colin Truitt has made his way around Joanna Gonzalez. And again, she's already raced once today. She'll be racing again in the women's class. She got second position earlier on in the, I think it was the Sportsman, the class she was in earlier on. As we're watching the ski jump there, Jeb Boodle making his way around at 1:04.162. So he is his second lap, fastest lap. He has beat his qualifying time from yesterday. Same with Tristan Snell. Tristan Snell is almost a second faster than his time yesterday. Same with Santana. Santana, they're all basically a second faster. It goes to show you the difference in the track conditions from day to day. And I see our pace car moving along. I think they might just be coming back towards this area, get themselves reset. All right, Colin Truitt making his way up towards Santana, closing that gap in as Jeb Boodle still out in the lead. You can see how he sets himself up for the turn before he's actually in the turn, and that's all about driving experience. He's in a car constantly, so you got to learn how to do that properly to set yourself up for these turns. And the track conditions, again, can be a little touchy. You got to be careful. If it's too wet in certain turns, you have to know how to set it up for that. So again, we got Jeb Boodle. We have Jeb Boodle P1, Tristan Snell P2, P3 Santana Snell, Colin Truitt in that P4 spot. It looks like right here, that is Santana and Truitt. So Truitt got around Santana on the Talladega turn. Or actually not in the Talladega turn yet. They are in it now. They'll be coming off of that ski jump right here. That's the one that Colin and I were talking about earlier on. You got to really know how to hit that jump at certain speeds so you don't flat land at the bottom. As you can see how Colin's setting himself up very nicely as well. So Colin Truitt made his way up. He is now in that number 3 spot after having some kind of mechanical at the very beginning of the race. Oh, but now I just heard another car pull off track. The 112 of Santana. She has pulled off the track. I don't know if she just missed the turn. Looks like she just missed the turn right in front of us, getting back on course. And there we have Santana. Sometimes you push it a little too hard off of the finish line jump here, and if you come off of that jump a little wonky, it definitely sets you up wrong for that turn. Because you're coming off that jump going directly into a left-hand 90. So we're battling it out, and there is Colin Truitt right there, but I think that is Tristan Snell. Not sure what's going on with Tristan. But Tristan slowing down almost to a stop. But it looks like he might be pulling in. Yeah, so we have Tristan Snell coming into the infield. Looks like he might be calling it. Engine builder Jody Hickman over there. Not sure what's going on with him, but Jody talking to Tristan. So lining up right here up on screen, that is Mr. Boodle, Mr. Jeb Boodle. In that number 1 spot, you got Colin Truitt. In that number 2 spot, so we've had a mechanical earlier. Let's see where Santana is. She should be making her way around as well. Oh, we got Santana and Tristan both over here in the infield. That's unfortunate. As we are on our competition yellow right now, Jeb Boodle out front, Colin Truitt, number 17, and then the 05 of Joanna Gonzalez. So right now, these 3, as long as they finish, they all have a podium finish. Started out with 5, and now we have 3 left. Yeah, not sure exactly what happened to the brother-sister combination yet back here behind me, but as we're watching Colin Truitt and Jeb Boodle. Jeb Boodle out in that number 1 spot, battling their way around. There's a few more laps to go. And these two kids, I say kids, they're very competitive racers. So they're not going to give up whatsoever. As Jeb will be making his way towards California, they'll be having their last round of their Champ Series coming up. I believe it's next week, possibly. I can't remember exactly when it is, but here we have it, though. Them both going right in front of us here. A couple more laps to go for Jeb Boodle in that number 1 spot. Colin Truitt in second. As we're watching them, and then we have Joanna Gonzalez. She should be running in that number 3 spot. All right, it's a race between first and second right now. Up in Talladega, making their way down towards the ski jump. Got visual. Joanna Gonzalez is still out there on course as we're watching Jeb and Colin. That's the backstretch that all the Tiny Tots have been talking about being their favorites. Get up to speed back there. And that's Eli Harris's car right there from the Youth 1000 race. Sitting there, we'll get it all towed off after the races are over. Oh, you can see Colin, he's 3-wheeling it. He's getting on the brakes super hard in that turn. Lifts up his right rear. That goes to show how hard you're pushing your brakes and pushing your car. Okay, so we are on completing lap 7. So next time around, I think next time around they will be getting their white flag. As Jeb and Colin still battling it out on course. You can see that turn's getting a little dusty. We were talking about it earlier with the shade always being on it. And it holds the moisture, but it's getting a little dry up there, but they're having no issues with it, with dust up there. So again, we are on our Pro NA class. We started off with 5 racers. We have 3 still out moving. I'm not sure again what happened with Tristan and Santana, but they are over here in the infield. Such a bummer to see both of them over here. I know they do the endurance racing as well, so I'm sure they'll be doing that tonight. And there is the white flag for Jeb Boodle in that number 1 spot. Colin Truitt second. Joanna Gonzalez in that number 3 spot. One more lap to go. Can Jeb hold on to it? It's his race to lose right now. And you can see he's getting super hard on the brakes as well, lifting up his passenger rear tire. Again, that just goes to show how hard these drivers are pushing it. Making their way down the ski jump. 2 more turns to go for the checkered flag. You can see how Colin set himself up a little differently than Jeb was doing. And the checkered flag is out for Jeb Boodle. Colin Truitt in that number 2 spot. Joanna Gonzalez will be in that number 3 spot. All right, switching up my mics and going out to get some more interviews. All right, Jeb Boodle getting off his helmet. Got Colin Tripp pulling in. And we'll have Joanna Gonzalez as well. But Jeb Boodle out front, never looked back. Your #1 spot. How you feeling?
Feeling good, feeling good. You know, we spent a lot of time on this XP 1000 over the year to make it fast, and it's working good. I'm definitely proud of all the progress we made on this Polaris XP 1000. But yeah, track was great. Thanks to Durhamtown. You know, this is the best track on the southeast. So yeah, big thanks to Durhamtown and all the volunteers out here to put this together and make a great show. But yeah, I missed the checker flag up there. I was just cruising and totally missed it. But no, like I said, it was good to race overall. And me and Truett always run great races, whether we're here or at Champ. So yep, great race. And just want to thank everybody who helps me get out here. You know, my family, mom, dad, everybody at home, friends and family at home, Polaris Razor, Hoosier Tire, Lucas Oil, Freedom Race Lift, Fox Shocks, Team DFS. I might be forgetting some. Fug 21 Fuel Additives, Race Driven, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you.
Well, great job out there. Your sponsors are all right there for you too. But yeah, no, good job out there, #1 spot. Now you get to come join me back in the booth maybe.
Yeah, hope to see you back up there.
Awesome. All right, so Jeb Boodle in that P1 spot. Moving on over here to Colin Truett. Colin, did you wake up after being in the booth with me?
A little bit. Apparently I was sleeping on the start. My car shut off.
That's what I was wondering, like what happened? I mean, you had a great start, but then all of a sudden you just pulled off and then you got going again.
Yeah, the gas pedal wouldn't do anything. Just had to pull over and restart the car, which killed the first half. I wasn't able to push Jeb and see if I could make his car wear out a little bit more. But it's always fun racing. It's super tight. It's just little mistakes here and there, and track's good. It's fun. I'm hot. It's hot out here. It's September and it's hotter than Hades.
Well, you did a great job. You're up here in this #2 spot. Who all you want to thank?
Well, I got a lot of people to thank. Obviously, Durhamtown crew putting everything on. Everett for at least trying to figure out how to run this stuff. You know, it ain't easy. I don't want to be him. Graphic Guys Motorsports, Polaris Razor, Maxima Racing Oils, Jason Everhart, who unfortunately had a bit of a family loss this week. This is his chassis, so shout out to him. I hope everything's good on his end. Fox Racing, GoPro, Team DFS, Jody Hickman, RCV Axles, E-Power Steering, Pyrotech, Sparco, Brian Crow, Run BC, Raceline Wheels, Freedom Lifts, Racing Electronics, Hoosier Tires, Sandcraft, I'm hot. Yeah, Sandcraft, Corey PPI, and Shirai Batteries. I'm sure there's more. There's always people that want to help out, and there's always people that do help out, and I appreciate every one of them.
Well, congratulations, Colin Truett, on your #2 spot, and go cool off.
Yeah, I didn't drink enough water today. I think that's a little bit wrong.
You know better. You know better. All right, now we're moving right on over here into the #3 spot. Oh, I kept calling you Joanna, and you told me at the beginning to not call you Joanna.
Well, yeah, it's Nathan Whitmer.
I am so sorry. I called that whole entire race wrong because on the my scoring, it said it. So I am so sorry.
My daughter's faster than me, anyways.
Well, here you are though. You're in the #3 spot. That was one heck of a race.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky and just finish the race and get third. We're running a Woods car basically with short course shocks. So, but my daughter and them have been showing out, and I figured I'd come out here and just make sure the car was good. And I think I may have broke it, so I'm not very happy about that. But we're out here running, having a great time. Durhamtown's awesome. All the people up there sitting at the gate cheering us on is pretty cool. Yep. Yeah. So
well, I apologize one more time for calling you Joanna the whole time, but Nathan Whitmer right here.
It's all good. Big shout out Polaris of Gainesville. They employ me. They sponsor the series here. our bosses allow us to come out here and have fun. Bikeman Performance, they've been behind me since I started racing. My wife are doing a bunch of allowing me to do this, but she's about to go out there and put a show on in the women's class later on with my daughter Joanne, as long as I didn't break this car. So good weekend. Whether I raced or not or finished or not, unfortunately I didn't see what happened to the other cars, but I was just babying it there at the end just to save it. So.
Well, good job out there. Hopefully we see you back out next round out here in another one too.
Hopefully I'll be in another car by then too. So.
Awesome. All right. Well, let's give it up one more time for our Pro NA. We have Jeb Boodle, Colin Truitt, and Nathan Whitmer in the number 1, 2, and 3 positions. We have our next class coming out. This is our Pro Turbo class. We have quite the entries in this one. Go see if we have all of our Arizona crew make it back out. So I'm going to go switch back to my headphones. All right, welcome back to the Durhamtown round 4 of our side-by-side race series. We have our Pro Turbo class getting ready to make their way out for the start. We have one more race after this, which is our women's class. But it looks like, I think at the beginning I wasn't sure that all of the Arizona crew was going to be making their way out, but it looks like we have 3 of the 4 that made their way from Arizona out here. Well, one of them is actually, I think he's from Illinois, but he's a part of the Arizona crew, all the way from the Phoenix area. So how we are starting out, we have in the number 1 spot today, the number 150, Nathan Parker, once again with that pole position with a 103.310. In that number 2 spot, Chase Dutton in the number 85 with a 103.697 yesterday. The number 3 position, Ariel Byarski in the number 735. In the number 4 position, the number 57 of Hank Hall. In the number 5 position, the 21 of Dominic DeAngelis. In the 6th position, the 721 of Richard Hodges. I don't see Richard out here. I think he actually did catch fire yesterday in our qualifying, so I don't think he's actually taking a start today. And then we have the number 52 of Ryan Knight, 64 of Robert Van Beekum, the 64Y of Ryder Van Beekum. And then we have the number 93 of Kyle Arkenau out there. I don't see Ryder Chapman out on course. So I don't think we have Ryder Chapman. That'll be taking the green flag today. You can see they're getting all set up here, all lined up. Looks like people are getting thumbs up over here. So I think we'll be ready to go green flag racing here in just a moment. There's some fresh water that they just threw down. That will be a game changer for these racers here off the start. So Nathan Parker out in the front. See if he can do what he did last race from the green to the checkers. Yep, they are throwing a decent amount of water down here in these turns. So it's going to be a little bit slippery for the first couple laps and muddy for their visors. And now it's good. I can tell the difference between the 64s and their paint schemes. One has color red, white, and blue flag. The other one is a black and white flag print. American flag print. So Ryder Van Beekum is in the black and white, and his dad Robert is in the red, white, and blue. All right, so they're just getting themselves all lined up, getting all set. So for our pro class, our points leader, Ariel Byarski, she's starting off in that number 3 spot today. Hank Hall's running in the number 2 in points. Ryan Knight, who's starting in 5th position, I believe, 7th position, who's running 3rd in points. Nathan Parker, who's our pole setter, he's running 4th in points this race. Dominic DeAngelis, he's running 6th, but he's starting off the race in 5th position. But Ariel Byarski, she has a 5-point lead over Hank Hall in points for the championship for the pro side-by-side class. And Ryan Knight is only 10 points behind Hank Hall. Dominic out here in a brand new chassis. This is his first race on his new car. So it looks like they're going to go around the track once, get the water settled in just a little bit. Give the track a little bit of time to soak in what they just threw down as well. It's going to be slick out there, definitely for the first lap. All right, you can see our drone flying over our course as the drivers are getting their parade lap around, soaking the water in just a little bit. All right, as we're watching the drone fly over our vehicles, our cars, you can see the wet spots out there that are just going to be just like a slip and slide out there. And these drivers right now, they're more than likely paying attention to where the water has not really soaked in yet. That's what I would be doing if I was one of these drivers out there on course right now. Using up some of their tear-offs as well, just on their parade lap. Ooh, Nathan Parker a little sideways there when he was coming to a stop. Sorry, I was watching the course, not my screen here. As you can see, Mr. Ewing is getting them all directed to where there should be. The pre-stage right there. I need to know what Ryan Knight does to his car. He doesn't look like he has any mud on it whatsoever. Oh, and we have a latecomer out. The number 32, Ryder Chapman, making his way out. That's awesome to see. He had issues earlier on, but coming all the way from Arizona, so it's good to see that he's actually making his way out onto the course. So we should have 10 cars taking the green flag today. The 721 Richard Hodges, again, had a little fire incident yesterday. He was okay, but a little fire incident in qualifying. So obviously he is not out on course. As Everett is bringing our racers around here. And you want to be like close up behind the person in front of you on the start of these races. But with the mud right now, they're keeping their distance until they get closer to the start line. So we got Nathan Parker and Chase Dutton side by side. Ariel Boyarsky, Hank Hall side by side. We got Robert Van Beekem and Dominic DeAngelis. Ryan Knight and Ryder Van Beekem. Okay, I can see the 32 still blowing a little bit of blue smoke as he was doing earlier on. And here we are, a little bit slippery as we can see in these corners right here. Hank Hall taking a little bit too wide, almost getting into the tractor tires, but he's trying to stay up in the dry line. Don't think that's going to be, well, look at that. Total advantage. You got all of these other racers trying to stay in the dry area as well. So good job on that. As we have in that number 1 spot, I believe it looks like we have actually Chase Dutton. Oh, look at the slip and slide going on. Let's see. Okay, so Chase Dutton in that number 1 spot. It looks like it was Nathan Parker second. Hank Hall in third. That's Ryder Van Beekem, I believe, in that. No, that's Robert Van Beekem in third position. A little bit of mud. But this track's going to come to these racers as we are watching Chase Dutton come through in that number 1 spot. Hank Hall in second. Robert Van Beekem third. Nathan Parker in fourth. Yeah, these racers had to take it a little bit easier this first lap around. Just a little slippery here. All right, let's see who we've got here. That looks like that's Hank Hall right there in second and third position. That's Robert Van Beekem right there in that number 3 spot. Look at this. Just Ryan Knight taking the inside line, trying to keep some traction. Made the pass on Ryder Van Beekem, and I believe that looked like it was Nathan Parker also that was right there trying to make a pass. As Nathan Parker goes off at the top of the Talladega, hopping back in. Nathan Parker having a little bit of trouble this race, but you know what? It's the slipperiness, but we have to keep the water down as we were explaining earlier on. That's Kyle Arknow in the number 93, trying to keep that drier line as well. So Chase Dutton in first, Hank Hall second. Ryan Knight actually. Nope, it's Robert Van Beekem and then Ryan Knight. As we're watching them battle it out on the back stretch. That's Van Beekem and Knight. I'm not sure where Ariel Byarski is at right at this moment. Oh, I just now saw her in front of me. And that's Hank Hall. That's Ryan Knight right there in the third position, again with Robert Van Beekem. These guys and gals are pushing it. That's Nathan Parker. He's already made his way back up. As we're watching Chase Dutton right there, here we have a battle between Ryan Knight. There's Ryan Knight off the ski jump with Hank Hall. So Ryan Knight making up ground right here. Oh, Hank Hall taking the low line, almost going over. You can see the top of his car pop up just a little bit. As Ryan Knight is now in that number 2 spot. And in the third position, Robert Van Beekem. There is lots of mud packed in on these cars. And probably on these visors as well, so it all depends on how many tear-offs these guys and gals have on there. But Chase Dutton in that number 1 spot, Ryan Knight in 2. Hank Hall 3rd, Robert Van Beekem 5th, Nathan Parker 6th, Kyle Arknow is in the 7th, Dominic DeAngelis 8th, and Ryder Chapman 9th, Ariel Byarski in that number 10 spot. Trying to make out who these cars are really fast. I'll know here momentarily as they're coming through our scoring timing, and that is the number 85 of Chase Dutton in the first position as we're watching the ski jump here. That's Ryan Knight making his way up through. He's currently running in that number 2 spot. Hank Hall in that number 3 spot. And there's Robert Van Beekem and the 64. I think that's Robert and Ryder. So yeah, it's father, son, Robert and Ryder right there. We're watching one of them have a little bit of a panel kind of coming off. So Robert and Ryder, this car right there cannot make that one out. So once we get to our competition yellow, it's going to completely, again, be a game changer for everybody. Because we have a 3-car battle going on as we're watching. The Van Beekem father-son duo, and I believe that is, yes, that's Nathan Parker in the number 150. He was our pole setter. All right, here we have it. Competition yellow is out. We are halfway through our pro turbo class with Chase Dutton in the lead. Ryan Knight in that number 2 spot. should be Hank Hall in third. It looks like Hank Hall has a passenger rear flat going on, so that's gonna hurt him a little bit. Not sure what's going on there. Wanting something over here. All right, so Hank Hall with that passenger rear tire going flat. Again, that's going to hurt him in the end, but hopefully, I think it happened when he went kind of off the side a little bit on lap number 1. It's been going low ever since. Not sure what's going on here. They got, oh, somebody's window net came off right here. That's what happened. I think that's Van Beekum. Yep, it's Ryder Van Beekum. Can't let him start going. Oh, look, and there's an instant replay right there. Did it fly off? Oh, it came off right there on his tire. Look at that. That's a great footage right there. All right, so get Ryder's window net back on. This is a muddy, muddy mess. But the track will be different this time around. Yeah, we do have one racer that has a little bit of blue smoke coming out of the back of his car. That's number 32, Ryder Chapman. He's one of our Arizona kids that came out here. He's been racing since I think he was probably 5 years old. His sister is Mia Chapman, who's also a very avid racer, and she has won multiple championships herself. But they are all out of the Phoenix area. As you can see, he's got... It started in the first race he was in earlier on, but it's definitely getting worse. But at least he's out on the track. But he does have a race coming up a couple weeks in Phoenix at Firebird. There's a series that is doing their season opener that he is racing in. So, yeah, there we have the number 32 Ryder Chapman right there, right in front of him, the number 93. Oh, look at the glob of tear-offs right there. Somebody just said forget them because they probably got mud underneath them. All right, so let's see what we have here. They're getting them all lined up, make sure they're all in the proper positions. Again, Delaware style start. Chase Dutton will be in that number 1 spot. So it's pretty cool to see that Ryder Van Beekum and his son and his dad Robert racing side by side for the most part against each other. Ryder Van Beekum's been racing a very long time as well. All these kids, and a lot of these kids in this class, personally I've seen them race for a very long time, and it's really cool to see them up here in these pro classes. As Boodle's going to make his way off, and then the 85 Chase Dutton out there in front. We got Hank Hall, Robert Van Beekum. It looks like Robert might have already passed Hank. Hank does have a right rear flat. So again, that's going to hurt him on these corners. But Chase Dutton made his way through in that number 1 spot as we are seeing him right now. Ryan Knight in that number 2 spot. And then, yes, that's Robert Van Beekum in that number 3 spot. You can see Hank Hall's off track just a little bit. He was running in that 2 position for a while. But here we are again. Chase Dutton making his way down the ski jump. Okay, so Chase Dutton, Ryan Knight, Nathan Parker making his way up into the 3rd spot. Hank Hall up there in 4th. again, right rear flat on him. We'll see how strong his wheels will be for him on that right tire. And hear one of them popping. I think that's Ryder Chapman's one that his engine's popping there whenever he's letting off the gas. As Chase Dutton still out in that number 1 spot. Got a few laps to go. And you can see the smoke coming out of the 32 still. Ryder Chapman. Right in front of him, Kyle Arknow in the number 93. I think it's Arknow, actually. I think it's Arknow. I'm saying his name wrong. Known him for a few years myself, but here we are, though, watching them come down the ski jump. See what we've got going on with Chase Dutton, again, in that number 1 spot. Ryan Knight, Robert Van Beekem, Nathan Parker, Hank Hall. Kyle Arknow. Oh, we've got a battle going on right there. As soon as they went past us. Yeah, Hank Hall still holding on out there. He's second in points, so he needs to hold on to where he's at if he can. Just has a few laps to go. As we just saw Ryan Knight pass by. And there is Van Beekem. It was Robert, then Nathan. We got Hank. There's Ryder. There's Kyle. Ariel Byarski out there, and Dominic DeAngelis. I'm not sure where he ended up at. I have not seen him as well. I can't quite tell if he's went over here in the infield or not. As we are watching these battles go on. That is Nathan Parker and Van Beekem. Robert Van Beekem right there over there, jumps on the backstretch. And there's Ryder Chapman getting past Hank Hall. Hank Hall's got, again, that right rear flat, so that's definitely hurting his game out there. Had a great race going on. Oh, you see that, a little bit of over jumping there almost on Parker's part. Having to make sure he checked up a little bit so he was not getting into Mr. Robert Van Beekem. Nathan Parker was our pole setter, but he's making his way back up. I mean, right now he is in that number 3 spot. He won earlier on in the open class. Nathan Parker getting great seat time out here. White flag is out for Chase Dutton, running P1. Out here for round 4 of our side-by-side race here at Durhamtown. All right, and there we have it. Nathan Parker making a pass on Robert Van Beekem. Not sure what happened to the Arizona crew on the last race they were out here doing, but they're still trucking along now on this race, which is a good thing. And there again, we do have Nathan Parker, Robert Van Beekem running for 2nd and 3rd position. There's Ryan Knight in the number 52. Ryder Chapman, number 32. Let's see here. Not sure what's going on with Ariel, but Ariel was slowing up. The checkered flag is out for Chase Dutton in the number 85 out here for the pro side-by-side turbo race. As Nathan Parker making his way through in that P2. Robert Van Beekem in 3rd. They'll make their way down here. I'm going to switch over microphones here in just a second as soon as all these cars make their way through. I don't think Ryan Knight saw the checkered flag. He kept going. So Ryan Knight doing a victory lap there, it looks like. Hank Hall coming through in 7th. Ariel Byarski in 6th position. Ryder Chapman 5th. Ryan Knight 4th. I'm going to switch over to the other mic. making my way over here to Chase Dutton, our P1, winning this Pro Turbo race. Chase, how you feeling on this one?
I'm feeling awesome. It was definitely very wet, but it was we managed it and we really did very well. I'm very excited.
I mean, honestly, the first couple laps, it was like a slip and slide out there for you guys.
Yeah, it definitely was, but I'd like to thank my Extreme Propulsion for getting me out here and helping me set up the car, and all my friends and family that came out here, and the Lord for keeping me safe, and Durhamtown for letting us a good track to race on. I really appreciate it and had an awesome time.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on that P1 spot. We'll see you on the podiums later on. All right, moving on over here to Nathan Parker, the young Nathan Parker. Nathan was our pole setter out here today. You're in the number 2 spot, but it was not an easy feat for you just now.
No, I don't really know why they watered the track so much, but I mean, we were all racing on the same track, so it is what it is. But I didn't really have the best tire for this race, but it is what it is, and it's just a hard battle all the way through. But luckily, we were able to pull off a second.
Pulling off a second. You got a win earlier on, but congratulations on this P2. It was definitely hard fought for you, and we'll see you on the podiums later on.
Thank you.
All right, and that's Nathan Parker in that number 2 spot. Now over here with Mr. Robert Van Beekum, all the way from the Arizona, Phoenix area. Here you are. You guys had a little bit of issues earlier on in the first race. What was going on?
Yeah, we had belt issues. We lost the belts. We had to do belts, but I thought we were coming to the short course race, not a mud drag, though. This was definitely the muddiest race I've ever raced in my life, and I've been racing these things since 2005. That was a little I hate to say it, a little unprofessional. I'm sorry.
Well, you know, the dust can be an issue, the mud can be an issue. And
That was dangerous. That was out of control. You took us 6 laps, and we still weren't out of control. That was a little nuts. Sorry.
Well, here you are, though, in this number 3 spot. You got your guys' belt issues resolved, which is a good thing. So congratulations on getting in this 3rd position. So you had your son. You were battling with your son out there. How was that?
I have no idea. I don't know where he was at.
You guys were right next to each other for a little bit.
Oh, really? I don't know. I was just dancing. I needed a dance partner because that's what we were doing.
Well, you were teaching him how to dance, I think.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, Robert, congratulations. You made quite the trek out here, and here you are up in the number 3 spot. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, and there you have it. You have Chase Dutton in that 1st position, Nathan Parker 2nd, Robert Van Beekum in that number 3 spot. We have one more race to go out here for our round 4 of our side-by-side series. I'm going to switch over. I'm going to take just a quick break while we get the cars out here and transferred around, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, and welcome back to Durhamtown, round number 4 of our side-by-side race series. We are on our last race of the weekend, our women's class. We have 5 drivers, I believe. Yes, we have 5 drivers out there racing. We have Ariel Bayarski in that number 1 spot, or should be in the number 1 spot. Right now she's in the back. I don't know if she's going to start in the back or not. I believe actually she is. I think that was a decision that no matter where she qualified, she was going to start in the rear today. And the 05, Joanna Gonzalez, who raced earlier on. The 538 of Briley Lutz. 76 of Lisa Whitmer. I'm not sure who's in the number 47. I don't have that person on here, but there we go. Dana Regis in that number 4 spot. She did not qualify yesterday. So Dana Regis out there in that number 4 spot. As we are following along, and here we are, green flag racing, 10 laps to go for the weekend out here at Durhamtown with Joanna Gonzalez and Briley Lutz having almost a drag race on the back stretch there. They both already raced once today as well. And the 47 of Dana Regis was in that 3rd spot, but it looks like that is Ariel Bayarski's already made her way up, and there goes Lisa Whitmer making a pass on Dana Regis. So here we are with our 4 drivers right now. You're seeing in picture as we were seeing Joanna Gonzalez taken off and making a gap already. So Joanna Gonzalez in that number 1 spot. And there we have Briley Lutz, and then we have five drivers that took the green flag out here for our women's class, as it looks like Briley was trying to make a pass there, didn't quite have it, and was not able to complete that. As the 05 of Joanna Gonzalez in that number 1 spot. Making her way through the pack. It started in that rear start. Ariel Bayarski already making her way up into a number 2. So the 735 of Ariel Bayarski, fresh off the race course. She just raced in the Pro Turbo class. She's on her way to making a pass there on Joanna Gonzalez, as we're watching the 538 of Briley Lutz right there with Lisa Whitmer. And here we have a race going on off the ski jump of Joanna Gonzalez getting passed right there by Ariel Bayarski in the number 735. So Ariel Bayarski in first, Joanna Gonzalez, Briley Lutz, Lisa Whitmer, and Dana Regis, 1 through 5. And they will be doing a total, I believe, of 10 laps today. I have not been told different on lap counts. As we're watching Ariel Bayarski make her way down the ski jump. Or I'm sorry, that's the turn before the ski jump. They look almost identical. As we're watching Briley make her way up towards Talladega turn. Taking it a little bit wide there. Obviously taking it wider, it's drier up in the higher side. And the 05 of Joanna Gonzalez, that was running in second. But there is the 47 right there of Dana Regis, running in that number 5 spot. They just started the women's class out here this year at Durhamtown. It was a lot of fun. I joined in, I believe it was the first race I joined in with them. but juggling the kids' car and me racing it back to back, it wasn't making the car very happy. All right, we got Ariel Boyarsky making her way around. Still out there in that number 1 spot. Joanna Gonzalez in number 2. As we're watching Briley and Whitmer battling it out door to door. They'll be making their way through here side by side almost over the timing loop. There's a battle going on right now between third and fourth as they're closing the gap in on the 05 of Gonzalez. You can see Briley making her way through. So the 05 of Joanna Gonzalez, and mom is in the number 76, Lisa Whitmer, with Briley in the middle. So green flag still out. One more lap to go before we get a white flag. Oh, here we go. Actually, not white flag. I meant competition yellow. As now I see the competition yellow will be out. So here we are halfway through our women's class out here. With Ariel Boyarsky leading the way in the number 735. The 05 of Joanna Gonzalez in that number 2 spot. The 538 of Briley Lutz in that number 3 spot. Lisa Whitmer, 76 in that 4 spot. 47 of Dana Regis in that number 5 spot. We do have a couple sprinkles coming down here. Did not know that this was in the forecast for today. The leaves are coming off the trees. Fall is right around the corner. All right, now as you can see the trees coming off the leaves there. They're Boodle's trying to get these drivers forward. I'm not sure what's going on with Regis. I can see she's getting pushed off the track. So looks like we are going to be 1 car shy for the final 5 laps of our women's race.
Yeah, it's barely.
And here we go, green flag racing once again. Ariel Boyarsky out in the front.
We might not have cover for this race.
We got some rain coming in and the cameras have to get covered up. So we're going to do our best to try to keep the action coming to you guys with the cameras. But I can call what I see on course here. As I see our photographer running to go get those good shots that he always gets. Let's see, coming around here, I can call what I see when I see it. As Ariel Boyarsky still out in the lead with Joanna Gonzalez in that number 2 spot, Briley Lutz in that number 3. Whitmer trying to make a pass and almost does it on Briley. Can't quite get around her like she's trying to do as they're going side by side over the finish line jump. And Lisa got around once they jumped over the timing loop. So now Lisa Whitmer in that number 3 spot. And Briley Lutz in that number 4. So Ariel Bayarski, Joanna Gonzalez, Lisa Whitmer, Briley Lutz. Lutz, excuse me. And again, we do have a little bit of rain coming in, and that's not it's not friendly to electronics that are out and about. Rain was not on our forecast. But welcome to the South. That's what happens. As we're watching people kind of scatter up at the stands there. Ariel Bayarski still out in the lead. Joanna Gonzalez in the number 2 spot. Lisa Whitmer in 3rd. Briley like letting up just a little bit. Not sure she's got something going on with her car, but Briley is definitely letting up just a tick. And we just have a few laps to go. All right. Again, I can call what I see. We have Ariel Bayarski out in front, as you saw her just now go across the timing loop. Joanna Gonzalez. Joanna Gonzalez in that number 2 spot. Lisa Whitmer 3rd. And Briley Lutz still in that number 4 position. Again, we had a little bit of rain make its way through, and here we are. And the white flag is out for Ariel Bayarski in that number 1 spot, starting from the back, making her way all the way up to the front. It's okay. All right, white flag again is out here with Ariel, Joanna, Lisa, Briley. Briley making her way around a little bit slower than she was going earlier on. She's either just trying to get through this race or something is going on with her car. She did an amazing job earlier on. And the checkered flag will be waving here in just a moment for our race leaders. And there you see the checkered flag is out. Ariel Bayarski taking the number 1 spot out here for our women's class in the number 735. It should be Joanna Gonzalez in that number 2 spot and mom Lisa Whitmer in that number 3. Switch up my microphones and we'll be out there in just a moment with interviews with our top 3. All right, here with our winner of the women's class in the number 1 spot, Ariel. You went from the pro turbo class directly into the women's class. You had no time to breathe, and then you just started from the rear, and then you ended up winning the race. How you feeling?
It was hot. I was halfway through this women's race, and I saw like rain coming on my tear-offs, and I asked my dad, I'm like, is it raining or is that like my sweat? I was getting a little delusional for a second.
Yeah, it definitely started raining just a little bit. We had to cover up our cameras and stuff as well. But here you are, though, in the number 1 spot. How do you feel right now?
I feel great. I mean, this car, we got banged around a little bit in the Pro Turbo class, which was right before this, and I came out here. We were worried about the heat a little bit of the motor, but she held up good. The track was great. That little bit of rain actually helped towards the end.
Well, let's talk about that. I mean, you got a lot of weight on your car right now, a lot of mud. I mean, they wet the track before the pro class. It was a little slippery out there. How was it just now for the women's class?
The track honestly was perfect when I just came off. The tackiness is there. It's starting to come in. It's not that slick at all. It was a big difference.
Well, you did an amazing job. Congratulations on that number 1 spot. We'll see you later on the podiums.
Thank you.
All right, number 1 spot there, Miss Ariel Bayarski. Now we're moving on over here to our second position, Joanna Gonzalez. Here you are in the number 2 spot once again here. How you feeling?
I feel great again.
I mean, that's pretty cool. The race, you guys started getting some rain in the race, but now you got your mom over here in the 3rd position. So you guys almost got to battle it out for positions.
Almost, but I was in front of her, so.
Well, congratulations on the number 2 spot. The track looked like it came together for you guys. You had a great race out there. Did you have a blast?
I had a blast. Guess what? I want to thank Polaris of Gainesville, Bikeman Performance, and my mom and dad, and John for helping my machine get together.
Awesome. All right, well, congratulations to Joanne Gonzalez in the number 2 spot. Moving on over here with Mom, Lisa Whitmer, in the number 3 spot. That was quite the battle. I mean, you were battling it out with Briley there for a while. You finally got around her, but here you are in 3rd position.
Yeah, it was. She was making it tough to get around her. Yeah, she was.
Yeah, it definitely. You guys were having your own race, all in one for sure. We were watching it from here, but the track came together. Did you have fun?
I did. It was a lot of fun. I love racing my daughter, so.
Yeah, that's got to be a great feeling out there racing against your daughter. I mean, it's different when you're racing against your spouse, but I've done that one myself. But here you are in the 3 spot. The track, I mean, amazing, but who all would you like to thank?
Polaris of Gainesville, Bikeman Performance, John and my husband for helping get our machines together, you guys for putting this on, and then everybody that comes out. We need more people supporting this, so.
Yep. Well, exactly right there. We had 5 women in the class today, but here we are, though, at the finish line, 3rd position. We'll see you on the podiums later.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, and that is going to conclude our race. I'll go in and switch over my mic here once again. All right, that's going to conclude our round 4 of our Durhamtown side-by-side race series out here in Union Point, Georgia. Thank you all for tuning in, watching the racing. We had some weather, we had some wet track, we had some bumps, we had some wrecks, we had it all out here today. But thank you once again. We'll be back in October for round number 5. We have 2 more rounds to go, and the racing is only getting better and better. So thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.